excuse me, on March 27th, we had people on the committee that were engaged in the debate on the floor, and I didn't want to delay further the commencement of the meeting. As I did in the last meeting, I want to caution everybody about reacting to the evidence. This isn't a political rally. This is a serious investigative committee doing the House's work, and decorum will be enforced. Before we get in, the agenda will consist of the following. I'm first going to briefly rule on two issues, an evidentiary issue and an objection to the complaint. We're then going to continue with the presentation of the evidence, which we started in the last meeting. That includes some documents and videos. We're then going to hear from the two parties, oral testimony, followed by questions. The committee will have questions for each of them after they finish. That is to say, after Representative Howell finishes, she'll be asked questions, and then after Representative Carr finishes, we'll ask questions of him. And then we'll proceed to deliberation on the matter. So let me first rule on an objection regarding evidence that I received on March 25th, 2025 in an email from Representative Carr. I'll just read it. It's short. Representative Lewis, I object to the failure to include documents that I entered as evidence, as well as the systemic cherry-picking of portions of news articles that appear to make an effort to lean in a biased fashion toward the complainant. I am in hopes that you provided all the documents that I forwarded to you to the full committee, and I am encouraged that you will allow the reading of the letter I pinned to the media titled, They Don't Even See Us, as part of my defense. Additionally, I sent a signed statement from Representative Helgerson that was not part of the listed documents on the table of contents. I only saw one page, and I suppose these items might be listed on a second page. I'm not sure where the contents table came from, but one was never emailed or otherwise provided to me. How do I secure one before Thursday? Here's my response. All the documents that Representative Carr submitted have been admitted into evidence at this point. Those include Representative Carr's black belt document, 4 videos, 2 of which were also submitted by the complainant, in other words, the same videos, written testimonies by Logan DeMond, Angela Martinez, Lynn Melton, Nikki McDonald, and Representative Helgerson, as well as a letter by Representative Carr dated March 25, 2025 to an undisclosed recipient, and as well as some other documents that he submitted. Once again, all of those documents have been admitted. I will note that I think 4 of those documents were submitted just before the last hearing, and those are admitted, and they've been shown to the committee and are available to the public. Excuse me, Colette, where did you? They're on the table over there. Thank you. Representative Carr has complained about not receiving the table of contents at the hearing on March 25, 2025. As I announced at that hearing, hard copies were available at the back of the hearing room, along with the table of contents. In any event, on March 26, 2025, the committee assistant emailed a copy of the revised table of contents, along with copies of all evidence admitted to that point, to Representative Carr and to the committee. Very early on the morning of March 27, 2025, I received an additional 5 documents from Representative Carr. Those documents have also been admitted and are included in the exhibit package available on the table. We just mentioned those. Representative Carr also objects to the exclusion of certain portions of evidence submitted by Representative Howell. Normally, it would be the party seeking the admission of the evidence, here Representative Howell, who would complain about their exclusion. She has not. I will nonetheless address the issues raised by Representative Carr. He alleges in his email that the exclusions constitute cherry picking, though he does not indicate to which exclusions he objects. In any event, the exclusions were grounded in long-established evidentiary rules and principles. As I did at the hearing on March 25, I will again explain those decisions and the rationale in detail. First, as to relevancy. In some instances, the evidence submitted by Representative Howell was not relevant. For example, 2 of the WebEx videos submitted by Representative Howell were of the entire day of House proceedings, not just those that included Representative Carr's statements, which are the two of the foci of this investigation. So those portions of the proceedings having nothing to do with Representative Carr's comments were excluded. Let me address now newspaper articles. I excluded portions of those because of redundancy, because they were not the best evidence. They constituted hearsay, with one exception, which I'll explain. I have excluded those portions of the newspaper articles reporting on what happened at the Celtic Fox, with one exception, as I explained. First, those newspaper articles are not the best evidence of what happened. It does not appear that newspaper article reporting on what happened at the Celtic Fox are based on the reporter's firsthand knowledge, but rather on either talking to people there or from reviewing a video. 2 of the videos of the altercation by 2 different phone videographers were admitted and played on March 25, 2025. In addition, we have percipient witnesses testifying in this hearing. Representatives Carr and Howell will give oral testimony, and Representative Helgerson submitted written testimony. So the newspaper reports about what happened are redundant and are not the best evidence. The videos and the percipient witnesses are. I have therefore excluded those portions of the news articles reporting on the actual altercation. Secondly, the excluded portions of the newspaper articles are hearsay. Both federal and state evidence law view hearsay as generally inherently unreliable and excludable. Kansas Statute 6160 defines hearsay as, quote, a statement made other than by a witness testifying at the hearing offered to prove the truth of the matter stated, close quote. So the newspaper article reports of what happened at the Celtic Fox are hearsay and not admissible for this additional reason. However, one exception to the exclusion of hearsay evidence pertains here. This exception is known in the Kansas evidence law as the previous statements of persons present exception, found at Kansas State Law 60-160A in the whole. That exception applies to, quote, a statement previously made by a person who is present at the hearing and available for cross-examination with respect to the statement and its subject matter, provided the statement would be admissible if made by the declarant while testifying as a witness. The rationale for this exception is that the party whose previous statement is being admitted is present in the hearing and can testify, giving him or her the opportunity to dispute the accuracy of the previous statements attributed to him if he so wishes, and or to explain himself. Portions of several of the newspaper articles quote or paraphrase Representative Carr, who is here to testify and therefore constitute previous statements by a party present at the hearing. They are therefore admissible under this exception and have not been excluded. Finally, I note that the committee members have seen the entirety of the news articles and have not objected to the exclusion. Next, I want to address objection that Representative Carr raised at the March 25 hearing with respect to the complaint. At that hearing, Representative Carr objected to the complaint as being too vague as to the section of the rules violated and or the conduct complained of, and he also alleged that proper procedures were not followed for the portion of the claim alleging disorderly conduct in violation of Section 121 of Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure. I've considered the objections. I note that in making this ruling, I'm not passing judgment on the truth of the allegations or whether they have or will be proven, only whether, if true, they ground a complaint and provide sufficient notice. I conclude that they do. The complaint at its core alleges a broad and ongoing pattern of misconduct. The allegation of disorderly conduct in violation of Mason's Section 121 is only one type of the misconduct alleged. The cover letter to the complaint dated March 5, 2025 states that, pursuant to House Rule 4901, the undersigned members of the Kansas House of Representatives is filing a formal complaint against Representative Ford Carr and requests that he be reprimanded, censured, or expelled for misconduct. Representative Carr's repeated behavior exhibits a pattern of violent rhetoric and behavior, creating a hostile work environment inside and outside of the State House. I cannot condone violence or threats thereof, whether verbal, written, or physical. Therefore, I ask that you fully investigate Representative Carr's pattern of violent rhetoric, physical violence, intimidating behavior, and derogatory language, which is unbecoming of any Kansan, much less a member of the Kansas House of Representatives. The complaint then lists the following acts of alleged misconduct in some detail. On April 28, 2023, Representative Carr called a House colleague a House Negro in violation of a House rule against impugning the motives of another House member in debate on the House floor. On May 26, this prompted a letter of admonishment from the House Speaker and House Pro Tem notifying him that his comments were not in accordance with House rules on order and decorum while addressing the House and were disorderly under Section 121 of Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure. The complaint also alleges that on January 22, 2025, at a legislative reception at the Celtic Fox, Representative Carr engaged in a heated and violent argument with County Commissioner from Sedgwick County in which he repeatedly used racial slurs and threatened violence toward the commissioner. Number 3, it alleges that on January 27, 2025, Representative Carr recorded a video in which he sought to justify his aggressive behavior at the Celtic Fox and made more threats regarding the altercation at the Celtic Fox while displaying a willingness to use violence to settle an argument. Number 4, on February 9, 2025, Representative Carr recorded a video further commenting on the altercation at the Celtic Fox. In it, he again uses language demonstrating a willingness to use violent means to settle an argument, quoting, "For any of you that have an issue with the way you believe that I'll handle things by any means necessary, and I'm telling you that it works," close quote. Number 5, on February 13, 2025, Representative Carr wrote a letter on House stationery entitled, "I'm up for the fight. Are you?" complaining about disciplinary action taken against him by Democratic leadership for the altercation at the Celtic Fox. In it he states, quote, "I believe that when you get hit, you should hit back twice as hard." Quoting again, "We must stand our ground rather than weakly wagging our fingers and declaring shame on you. When they go low, introduce their ASS to the basement." Number 6, on February 20, 2025, in violation of the rules and the admonition from the Speaker and the Speaker Pro Tem in their May 26, 2023 letter, Representative Carr accused members of the Republican Party of being racist because one had refused to answer his questions from the well, an action specifically authorized under House rules. The complainant, in her submission of March 18, 2025, further explains the basis for her misconduct allegation. She cites the dictionary definition of misconduct. The term misconduct in Rule 4901 serves as the foundation of this complaint. While broad, its definition clearly encompasses the allegations against Representative Ford Carr. She further cites the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, which defines misconduct as, among other things, intentional wrongdoing, deliberate violation of a law or standard, particularly by a government official, improper behavior, or abusive language, close quote. In his objection to the complaint, Representative Carr does not address the claim of a pattern of misconduct, which is the gravamen of the complaint. Rather, he focuses on one aspect of the misconduct claim, to wit, the disorderly conduct claim. Let me now address that point. Section 121 of Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure provides that, quote, "No member may indulge in personalities, impugn motives of members, or use indecent or profane language," close quote, which the complaint alleges Representative Carr violated. Section 121 then sets forth some procedures to follow if the body wants to take immediate action against a member for violating this rule. For instance, the words should be taken down. In this case, the video of the proceeding took those words down. On March 25, those words were played here in the video of the House proceedings. Section 124 then contemplates presenting the question about whether the words were disorderly to the body immediately and sets forth further procedures for doing so. However, after setting forth these additional steps for taking immediate action, subsection A of Section 121 provides an alternative procedure. That is, that the issue be referred to an investigative committee for a report or an action. I note that Representative Carr himself acknowledged this alternative procedure in his May 30, 2023 letter responding to the Speaker and Speaker Pro Tem letter of admonishment about the House Negro comment on the floor. That is what has happened here. An investigative committee has been established following further misconduct. Representative Carr's objection to the complaint also misses the mark because it assumes wrongly that Mason's rule is the only governing law. In fact, our House rules, including Rule 4901, are also applicable and take precedent over Masons where there is conflict with Masons. The complaint is explicitly grounded in violation of House Rule 4901, which specifically provides that a member, quote, may be reprimanded, censured, or expelled for any misconduct, close quote. The violation of Mason's Rule Section 121 is simply one instance of misconduct alleged. In brief, the objection is overruled because it fails to address the misconduct claim grounded in House Rule 4901, which is the fundamental basis for the claim. As to the objection to disorderly conduct claim grounded in the argument that proper procedure was not followed, I find Section 121 of Mason's provides for two alternative types of procedures, one taken up immediately on the floor and the other by an investigative committee, as here, and that the latter procedure is not governed by the procedural rules applicable to the former. Okay, the next item on the agenda is to proceed with the evidence. We will proceed as follows. On the table of contents, last time we got through number 15, which was a video of Representative Carr's comments on the floor of the House of February 20, 2025. So the next piece of evidence is number 16, office assignments and an email string regarding office assignments. The committee has this, and I'm going to ask now that the committee take a few minutes to read number 16. This document was put on the table in the last hearing, and I believe there's extra copies as well on the table in this hearing. So I'm going to ask again for the committee to read number 16. I would tell you that, that it starts with the December 21, 2024 email. It's not in the package this morning. It was from the last time, right? Right. Excuse me? Yeah, sure.
I'm happy to ask it privately. Is it listed on our list of the documents? Who was the testimony submitted by Representative Howell or Representative Carr? Each one, or
Yeah, this was in the package that we submitted to the committee with the exhibit numbers.
yes,
Right.
but I'm just curious. When I look at the list of the exhibits,
This
how do I
one,
know which representative submitted which?
you don't necessarily, and in some cases they both submitted things.
Okay.
I tried to put them in chronological order, and this one particular is, I believe, submitted by Representative Howell.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So I'll give the committee time to review it. You can look at mine. The other thing I would mention is it's a string of emails, so it may be easiest to read them in reverse chronological order. It's H. It's Representative House Exhibit H in her submissions. I'd ask if when the committee has read it, just give me the signal and we'll move on. But I'll wait for you guys. No, we're not. Last time that didn't work very well because you couldn't be read. The committee has all the documents and they've also been provided to the public. All right, the next document to review is Representative Howe's voluntary statement of January 28, 2025 about her January 2022, 2025 observations at the Celtic Fox. The documents are available to the committee and have been provided to you multiple times and to the public, right? And we're now looking at the document that was submitted, a voluntary statement by Representative Howell. I said I gave you guys this one. Here it is. You can look at mine.
Do you have a page number on here?
They're Exhibit 17 on the table of contents. Once again, at the last hearing, we had, I think, 50 copies of the exhibits that had been admitted to that point. They were available for pickup. Today, we have added the exhibits that you submitted late, and those are the exhibits there in the second package. We also included not all of the exhibits that we had available last time were taken, so we put those additional exhibits on the table over there. Yes, Representative.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Mr. Chair. I'll just note that the table of contents for March 25th has 14 and 15 a particular way and flips them on the April 9th table of contents where 14 and 15 are in the opposite direction. I don't think it makes a difference, but I just thought I'd point that out for the record as I noticed it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we revised that. I think we're trying to put them in chronological order and realized they were out, so thank you for that, though. Sure. Representative Ballard, you're finished? Okay, everybody's okay. Next, we're going to play a video, which is Exhibit 18. It's a portion of the March 7, 2025 Select Committee hearing in Carr versus Holheisel. I ask the WebEx fellow to tee that up. Do you agree that it violates House rules to impugn the motives of other representatives?
I agree that that's what the Mason Manual says, yes.
And do you believe that alleging colleagues are speaking or voting on the basis of racist motives violates that rule?
I believe that would be dependent upon the situation, possibly in the way that you worded it, maybe. But for me as a black man to use the word racist I don't feel that that's being impugnative at all. I do believe that if you impugn something, you direct it towards someone, and I don't believe that I've ever directed it towards any person in particular, as well as what I would like to do is keep this conversation, this exchange, to the complaint that was filed. I don't believe that this is the particular place.
Please answer my question. I think you have. Do you have anything else to say to the question? Do you believe that alleging colleagues are speaking or voting with race-motive motives violates the rules? And I think you said it depends on the circumstance.
Depends on the circumstance, yes.
So have you alleged or that representatives in this body have violated or have voted based on racist motives?
Again, I'm going to say that this particular proceeding has absolutely nothing to do, but I will answer, and that answer is no. I've never directed towards anyone that they've done that. There's video record of that, and you're welcome to look at it, and we can walk through exactly what I said. But again, I take offense that we would be in this body on this complaint speaking about something that has absolutely no relevance.
I take that as an objection to my question, and we'll take that under advisement as a committee. Thank you. Representative, the letter that you received from the leadership, was that caused by your comment at the well that someone in the chamber, one of our members, was a House Negro?
So I'm glad you brought that up, so we can be clear on this, and we can be clear on this for a final time. I never said that there was anyone on the House floor that was a House Negro. I think what happens here is we have people who have some very sensitive feelings about certain words. And in my community, in my culture, House Negro is nothing more than a reference to a historical point in time. And what I stated was that I would never want those that I represent to look at me and feel as though I were a House Negro. Now, that was my statement. And if you can say from that statement that I'm impugning that on anyone else, the only person I referenced was myself.
What was the topic you were speaking about?
I was speaking about the Quindaro ruins. I was speaking about the historical reference of the Quindaro ruins. And for those that don't know, the historical reference of the Quindaro ruins, that was a portion of the Underground Railroad. So those were slaves that were going through that area. And I was speaking in reference to the historical piece of that, because going through that area, you would have had both field Negroes and House Negroes if the House Negro had met. I won't take time to give a full history lesson at this point, but that's where that reference was headed.
Right, thank you. The next document for review is an article, portions of which called "The New Complaint Against Second Wichita Lawmaker Claims Patterns of Violent Behavior." And we're looking at Exhibit 19. The next exhibit is a document. It's another article. The title of the article from the KMUW is Tensions About 29th and Grove Funding Lead to Altercation Between Elected Officials from Wichita. Here, if you want to show Barbara. I don't know if she has it. We good? Exhibit 21 is a document which sets forth policies on violence in the workplace. Ask the committee to review that. I don't think your question is in order. The exhibit, as you'll have an opportunity to speak in due course. All right, that's okay. We good? Right, then next is a video, Exhibit 22. It's a October 17, 2024 video, KDHE, about the giving of $2.5 million to help with medical expenses for those impacted by 29th and Grove chemical spill. It was submitted by Representative Carr. You could tee that up for us, please. Thank you.
Good evening. People living in the area of 29th and Grove can now get tested for cancer or other illnesses, and it will soon be paid for by the state.
The state health department discovered a chemical spill in this area back in 1994. It had been there for years. KAKE's Jocelyn Schifferdecker has as part of our continuing coverage.
This is the area where that chemical spill happened over 40 years ago, but it wasn't identified until 1994. This means it went decades unnoticed and could have gotten hundreds of people sick.
I grew up in this community. The contamination area is just a few hundred yards over there. I played in that as a child. So I'm concerned about my own health. and the health of those people that were out here with me at the time.
That's why lawmakers like House Representative Ford Carr advocated for $2.5 million to be used to help those impacted by a chemical spill at 29th and Grove.
I think that shows that, at least at a state level, we understand the seriousness of it, and we're doing something to help remedy what's taken place in the past.
The spill happened sometime in the 70s or 80s at a Union Pacific rail yard in the area. The Department of Health and Environment didn't identify the issue until 1994. It says a cancer-causing chemical is in the groundwater, which may have caused hundreds of people to get sick.
There's a myriad of issues, the worst of which, of course, the carcinogen could lead to a cancer, which, of course, could lead to a loss of life.
Now the state has stepped up with the money to help people who have lived in the area to get medical help.
When you have the testing and then the lab fees and then the follow-up visits, and a lot of these patients don't have those resources.
The $2.5 million will be used for anyone who thinks they have issues because of the spill. This includes people who no longer live in the area.
This is something that's happened over 40 years ago, right? And people have moved away. So there needs to be an extensive messaging effort.
Grace Med will do the testing. It will then share your results with your primary care physician.
We wouldn't be here without our community, so we're here to serve them. So anything that we can do to continue to do that.
In Northeast Wichita, Jocelyn Schifferdecker, Cake News on your side.
The next piece of evidence is Exhibit 23. It's a YouTube Shorts of Riverside Park. This was also submitted by Representative Carr.
Yeah, we're at the park, Riverside, man. Wichita, Kansas. We're going stupid. We're going stupid, man. We're going stupid, special. We live YouTube, baby. We live YouTube, baby. We live YouTube, Alright, bro. Alright, little bro. Yeah, man. Riverside Park, man. It's going down. Wichita, Kansas, man. There we go. There we go. Right back to back, man. Going back to back with it.
Thank you. And then we have a second YouTube short of Riverside Park. This is Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Riverside Park, man. Wichita, Kansas. My nigga Buck. My nigga Buck. My nigga Buck in that candy, man. My nigga in that candy, man. My nigga Buck, it ain't there. Hold up, I got you. Yeah, man, it's going down. It's going down. My nigga. My nigga. What up, boy? That nigga on YouTube. That nigga on...
All right, thank you. The next piece of evidence is Exhibit 25. It's an article entitled, "I've Been Thinking About Sunflower State Smackdown When Kansas Politics Erupts into Barroom Brawl." And this was submitted by Representative Howell. It's Exhibit 25. All right, then the next exhibit is a series of letters or oral testimony from several representatives and one staff member. These were all submitted at the behest of Representative Carr. This includes a statement by Henry Helgerson, a statement by a staff, House Democratic Caucus staff member, Logan DeMond, statement from Representative Angela Martinez, a statement from Representative Lynn Melton, and a statement from Representative Nikki McDonald. And those are all Exhibit 26. Right, the next document submitted by Representative Carr appears to be a black belt certificate. So a short document. The next exhibit is Exhibit 28. It's an undated letter, not addressed to anybody, from Representative Carr, and it was submitted to the committee by Representative Carr. Okay, it's a one page. It's dated. It's not dated. It's on your letterhead. And it's marked as Exhibit 28 in the package. The next exhibit was also submitted. The remaining exhibits, I should say, were submitted by Representative Carr and have been admitted and are part of the supplemental package that was on the table. And this is it looks like messaging between Brandon Woodard and Representative Carr on December 21, 2024. That's it. I believe everybody's ready for the next exhibit. The next exhibit is also, as I said, submitted by Representative Carr, and it is messages, again, between Representative Carr and Representative Woodard, dated January 5, 2025. The next exhibit is a February 25, 2024 letter on Representative Carr's house stationery. It is signed by him. It's a two-page letter. It's not addressed to anyone in particular. This would be Exhibit 31. Exhibit 31. Everybody reviewed that document? Okay, going on to the next one. It's also a short document, Exhibit 32. It's submitted by Representative Carr. It's dated February 28. It's a little unclear, but it looks to be something like a Facebook post. Seen that one? Excuse me? Did I misspeak? It's February 28th?
He said it is a Facebook.
Oh, okay, it is. Okay, thank you for that. Mhm. All right, we'll go on to the next one. It's Exhibit 33. It's messages, and it was submitted by Representative Carr. I think it's a little unclear from the document what it's about, but we'll have both Representative Howell and Carr. We can ask about the circumstances and that sort of thing. Right. So that concludes our documentary and video evidence. I'm going to declare recess for a short period so people can stretch their legs And we'll come back at in 10 minutes, so at 11:25. And at that point, we'll take the oral testimony of the two parties. Thank you. Which one was that? Yeah. That's part of 33. I'm sorry, but yeah, I think everybody's seen it, yeah. All right, recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. The meeting of the Select Investigative Committee will come back to order. Am I being heard by the group sufficiently? Am I loud enough? Okay, thank you. All right, we're moving into oral testimony by the two parties. Representative Howe will present first, and Representative Ford after. After each representative speaks, the committee can ask questions. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that we're missing a committee woman. Okay, Representative Howell, please. You'll have 15 minutes, and before you speak, we're going to swear you in. So if you'll raise your right hand when you're prepared.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the statement you're about to make is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
We're all ears.
Thank you. Chairman Lewis and committee members, as we begin today, I want to clarify that this complaint is not about retaliation, partisan politics, or personal conflicts. Contrary to accusations that this complaint is racially motivated, the color of skin, and political party has absolutely nothing to do with my decision to file this complaint. To be clear, I have been discussing filing this complaint with House leadership since late January, immediately following the heated public altercation at the Celtic Fox. If I had a way to file this complaint privately, I would have done so, but that is not an option available for legislators. I want to speak to the issue of what is under the purview of the investigative committee in making decisions in this complaint. Gordon Self, the legal advisor for this committee, addressed this both to this committee and during the last complaint committee hearing. I will be submitting a transcript of his words in both meetings for your reference, along with my written testimony after this, after I get done testifying. While the committee may use the House rules and the Masons Manual in making their decisions, it is also clear that the committee is not limited to only those sources in making their final decisions. Because of that, I have included several different sources of workplace violence policies for your possible consideration. Additionally, as the committee members are well aware, but for the education of those watching online and here in this room today, I want to point out that the House rules overrule the Masons Manual when it comes to the decision-making process for this committee. I have previously submitted 2 exhibit packets for the committee that demonstrate a pattern of violent rhetoric and behavior from Representative Carr. There are 3 particularly precedent-setting examples of misconduct that I will specifically address in my testimony. While aspects of this testimony may be uncomfortable and challenging, they must be addressed. The first is the targeted use of a racial slur on the House floor. On April 28, 2023, Representative Carr used a racial slur from the well, calling Representative Robinson a House Negro. We previously saw the video evidence. And second, on March 7, 2025, Representative Carr falsely denied to the investigative committee that he had directed this racial slur at Representative Robinson. When questioned, he explicitly stated, and I quote, "I never said that there was anyone on the House floor that was a House Negro." This is, the video clip for this is included in the, my second exhibit packet. However, his denial contradicts his own published opinion article entitled, "Yes, I called my fellow Black Kansas lawmaker a House Negro, and I regret nothing." This was printed in the Community Voice, May 21st, 2023. And I would ask that you please note that the author is clearly listed as Representative Ford Carr. This is a clear case of misconduct. Never before has a representative used a racial slur from the well in this manner, let alone has such conduct been recorded and indisputably confirmed through modern technology. Despite this, no formal consequence followed. Additionally, Representative Carr's lie to the investigative committee further demonstrates intentional wrongdoing and a deep disrespect for the position and service as a Kansas state representative. Third, the physical violence and threats at a legislative reception plus additional use of racial slurs. On January 22nd, 2025, during a reception hosted by multiple South Central government organizations at the Celtic Fox, Representative Carr engaged in serious misconduct. This was a workplace event. Everyone was discussing legislative business, including Representative Carr and Councilman Johnson. Once again, video evidence exists to confirm the following events. Representative Carr used the N-word 5 times while addressing Councilman Johnson. He threatened the councilman, referencing seeing him back in the hood. Representative Carr committed battery against his elder, Representative Helgerson, knocking him into a wall. And Representative Carr never even paused in his attack against Councilman Johnson. He physically shoved Commissioner Beatty multiple times, and he repeatedly attempted to fight Councilman Johnson. Early on in this event, when I attempted to de-escalate this situation, I went up to Representative Carr and patted him on his shoulder and spoke to him, attempting to de-escalate his anger. Representative Carr never even registered that I was present. It is unprecedented for a representative to physically attack fellow legislators and local elected officials in the workplace. Furthermore, when Councilman Johnson questioned Representative Carr about his use of the racial slur, Representative Carr repeated it multiple times. His actions reflect a blatant violation of expected conduct for a government official. I am aware that in some Black cultural contexts, the N-word can be used as part of music lyrics or as a term of camaraderie between friends, for example. That does not normalize it for use during a heated argument in public spaces or in a professional or workplace setting. The fact that every news agency that posted the video of the Celtic Fox altercation chose to play the video without audio, with the descriptor that their reason for doing so was because of the racial slurs used by Representative Carr, and please see Exhibit 8 in my Exhibit Packet 2, further backs up my argument. There is no excuse. Representative Carr was clearly angry and intended this word's use in an insulting way, making it a racial slur. And when it was questioned by Councilman Johnson, his fellow Democrat Black elected official, Representative Carr repeated it again. The context for using this racial slur was in anger and disrespect. It should never be tolerated in our workplace and at a legislative event. Had this happened in a normal workplace, there would have undoubtedly been grievances filed and discipline issued. In that moment, the Celtic Fox was our workplace. It was where we met constituents and members of other governing bodies. To use this word repeatedly and in that nature was totally inexcusable and absolutely a form of misconduct. At this event, because of what Representative Carr did that day, there was property damage and physical harm. Under KSA 21-5413, battery is defined as knowingly causing physical contact with another person when done in a rude, insulting, or angry manner. If convicted, battery is a Class B person misdemeanor, punishable by up to 6 months in jail and/or a fine of up to $1,500. The decision of whether to charge Representative Carr with battery rests with law enforcement and the district attorney. In this case, Representative Helgerson, being a kind gentleman, when asked if he wanted to pursue charges, declined to do so. Nevertheless, law enforcement officers or a district attorney could have charged Representative Carr with the evidence provided, even if the victims did not support the charging of that crime. I have consulted with law enforcement officers who viewed the video evidence from this public fight at the Celtic Fox, and they stated that had this incident occurred in their jurisdiction, they would have levied a battery charge. Fortunately for Representative Carr, he has not been charged in this case. However, in reviewing the definition of battery and the video evidence you have seen, we can conclude that Representative Carr could have been charged with battery because he was the aggressor. The footage clearly shows Representative Carr forcefully shoving Representative Helgerson in an angry manner, causing physical injury and property damage. He also forcefully shoved Sedgwick County Commissioner Ryan Beatty multiple times in a rude and angry manner. Immediately after Representative Helgerson tumbled over a table, hit his head on the brick wall, and landed on the floor. Representative Carr remained undeterred. He showed no remorse for what had just occurred or concern for Representative Helgerson. On the contrary, more expletives and racial slurs were shouted while Representative Carr removed his jacket as if preparing for a fistfight. This was a blatant act of aggression. Representative Carr mentioned in his own YouTube video that his aggression was a reaction against Councilman Johnson for his comment of disrespect towards his elder, referring to himself. The comment that Councilman Johnson made against Representative Carr being his elder was near the end of the altercation video, a full 1 minute and 15 seconds after Representative Carr shoved Representative Helgerson over the table. Ironically, Representative Carr did not show any kindness or respect toward his own elder, Representative Helgerson, when Representative Carr shoved him to the side. Each time Representative Carr engages in misconduct, he doubles down, expresses his intent to continue, and even escalates his behavior. This is evident in his interviews, writings, and public statements, including at the well. His actions have targeted colleagues and officials across party lines, as well as staff members. As you know, Rule 4901 in our House rules states, complaint, when any member of the House of Representatives desires to lodge a complaint against any other member of the House of Representatives requesting that the member be reprimanded, censured, or expelled for any misconduct, the complaining member shall file a written statement of such complaint with the House Clerk. The topic is not reserved to behavior in the House chambers. This rule is overarching and provides guidance and a remedy whenever a member of the Kansas House behaves with obvious misconduct. The common definition of misconduct becomes the basis for this complaint. Merriam-Webster defines misconduct as intentional wrongdoing. Cambridge.org says misconduct means unacceptable or bad behavior by someone in a position of authority or responsibility. There are many other similar definitions, but in all of them, I will argue that accusing colleagues of racism, calling one of them a racial slur, lying to this committee, and that infamous public display of repeated use of racial slurs and aggression by what should only be described as an act of battery against at least 2 other elected officials can be collectively classified as not only misconduct, but a pattern of violent rhetoric and behavior. Elected officials must uphold a standard of conduct that reflects the integrity of their office. This investigative committee serves as the closest equivalent to a human resource department for legislators. Ultimately, this is about how one human being should be allowed to treat another human being in the workplace. Racial slurs and physical battery clearly recorded on video rise to a duty to act. A boundary line has been crossed. It's that simple. I present this testimony because I have observed and witnessed these incidents firsthand. My conscience compels me to speak out, knowing that failure to act could lead to future harm. I now place this responsibility into your hands. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Howell. We'll now open the floor up for questions from the committee. I'll start. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Amix, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, the event at the Celtic Fox, what was that event?
We're not hearing you very clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Representative, the event that was at the Celtic Fox that you had talked about, all this happening, what was that event specifically?
That event took place on local government day here at the during session, and so that event was hosted by a number of South Central government, different organizations, and including the Wichita City Council, members of like our Wichita Chamber were present. We also had our Sedgwick County Commission members were there, along with numerous other government organizations were present and hosting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Right. All right, I'll ask a question. The last exhibit that was introduced, do you know which one that was the one in which it seems to be an exchange from you and Representative Carr about an auto accident by somebody, and the exhibit's not exactly clear on how that came about. If you could answer that, please.
Yes, the context between, those are text messages between Representative Carr and myself. He had a constituent that had reached out to him that he realized was actually a constituent of mine. And so he was just forwarding to me messages from the constituent to me so that I could reach out to her and help her with the constituent problem. So what you are actually reading are actually her messages. So when it's referencing my son, it's actually the constituent's son that was involved in the accident. So I believe he was probably, which he can answer for himself, obviously, but I believe he was just using that. That is our only form of, that's the only time he and I have communicated as far as like in written form.
So I think you're talking, I'm looking at the document, and it says, "I need your help. My son was hit by a car in the middle of a crosswalk with a school cross guard present. I think my son has admitted, received a head injury. The man that hit him fled the scene, left no information. He hired an attorney and turned himself in." So that would be a forwarded message, if I understand your testimony, from Representative Carr the message was from a constituent of, and they
Correct.
thought that constituent was yours.
Correct.
And did you take any action on that?
Yes, I reached out to the constituent and helped her.
And also in that document, there it appears to be a, I'll call it a rap sheet, convictions and so forth of right. Well, are you familiar with that document?
I'm not exactly sure what that is unless it has to do with the constituents' information, so.
Right. All right, thank you. Representative Ballard? Yeah.
Representative Hall, do you have, other than a legislative a relationship, I mean, is it with Representative Carr?
No. We've never had any kind of disagreement or any kind of any conflict of any kind.
So there's not a conflict going on between the two of you?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so the fact that he sent you the information says that, you know, you had a good working relationship as far as your legislative are concerned?
Absolutely.
Okay. You also indicated that it's the behavior basically unbecoming to a legislator that you're actually responding to.
That is correct. Mm-hmm.
That evening at the Celtic Fox, when you approached him, because there's been a little discrepancy between you patting him on the back in a friendly motion, and I think you indicated here it was to maybe de-escalate or calm things down. Mm-hmm. Would you agree? Mm-hmm. But you also indicated he did not respond as if you weren't there.
Yes, when you watch the video, you can see at least one of the videos shows me going up and patting him on the back and kind of bending over trying to talk to him. And it was early on before things got before they stood up and started getting so physically, involved into the altercation. But their voices were raised, and so that's when I went over there and tried, and I have worked more with Representative Carr, and we've served on the same committees for, a whole biennium together. And so even though I have worked some with Councilman Johnson, I've worked more with Representative Carr. And so I went up to Representative Carr and tried to get his attention and trying to, hopefully de-escalate the situation, as I stated. And he didn't register that I was there or that I was trying to speak to him or that I had patted him on the shoulder. He was too intent on the argument, and he was obviously very upset.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative Howe, I'm looking at your complaint, or I think it was the initial one, or maybe it was the one that you kind of followed up with a little more detail, and then hearing your testimony today. But there were other things that were in the written complaint that, you're mentioning things that were said on a video and otherwise. Can you, I know you were limited in your time, but can you explain why you included those things in your original complaint? What, numbers 6, 7, 8, just mentioning quotes that Representative Carr had made. You didn't address them in your verbal testimony to us, and I just wanted maybe a little more information about what you were thinking when you included it.
In general, I will say that I included things that I felt were just part of that pattern of, violent rhetoric or or behavior, but as far as you had questions about specific ones.
Yeah, I think it was specifically you had, there were some quotes that you noted from videos. And yeah, I think you have the gist of what my question is. My question was more, you quoted, you start something, I will escort you to the finish line. Those sorts of things were in your complaint. I think you answered my question when you used the word pattern, but I didn't want to,
Right.
I didn't want to assume something.
Right. I think that, yes, I think that, for example, with the, in the video, for example, with the one where he says, you know, I'll see you back in the hood, I think that's a threatening phrase when he makes it clear, especially when you look at it in conjunction with the video. He's making, you know, to me, I take that as a threat because he's making clear even as he's walking, you know, even as they are, you know, they're separating, he's tossing that back like, you know, I'm going to come back and get you back in the hood. And, you know, it's, to me, that's threatening that, you know, we're not done with this. I'm going to come back and deal with you some more. And, you know, I view that as a threat.
If I may ask one more question.
Yes, please.
Then there was another thing brought to our attention more recently, and it was it's on Representative Carr's letterhead when he says that he feels like the hearings on Tuesday and Thursday represent an attempt to slander my reputation. And then he says in that paragraph, the complaint about my somehow creating an unsafe work environment comes from a woman caught on camera rubbing my shoulders just a few weeks earlier. This is a farce. How did that make you feel when you read that? What were you thinking? I mean,
Well, I mean, personally, I object to the word rubbing. I think you know, as I said, I patted him on the shoulder to get his attention. So, you know, I think that to use the word rubbing is actually a bit offensive, first of all, because I think that puts a whole different connotation to that. And my intent was to, in that moment, was to treat Representative Carr with respect and kindness and to avoid this whole situation.
and you feel like in this he was inferring maybe something different than that.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up on that. So we saw on the video, 2 videos of the incident, that you went up and touched him on the shoulder. Have you ever otherwise touched Representative Carr on the shoulder?
I do not believe so.
Okay. So when he says the complaint about my somehow creating an unsafe work environment comes from a woman caught on camera rubbing my shoulders just a few weeks earlier, that's a reference to the video of the altercation. Is that your understanding?
Correct. I also find it interesting that he apparently did not know that I had ever touched his shoulder until I submitted this video into evidence. Because when it was put on the news channels, they never played that section of the video.
Okay.
He had never seen the unedited portion of the video. So he never talked about it on social media until after I submitted the full unedited video for this committee.
Okay.
So he did not remember that I was there.
Does the committee have any further questions? Yes, Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, and I appreciate the comments that you've brought to us today and the work that you put together for all of this. But I got a question here. You've been involved with politics for a while. I've been involved with politics for a long time, it seems like. Are politics and politicians changing today? Is it different today than what it was when you got it, you started running for office?
I don't know that it is changing. I do think technology is changing. And I think as I brought out in my testimony today, the one thing that is different that I sought to bring out in my testimony is a lot of times when things have come, when we have filed complaints in the past, in past previous things, and when we have disagreements in the past, there's a lot of hearsay about incidences that happen and disagreements that happen between colleagues. All these incidences that I'm talking about today are recorded because of technology. And I don't believe that it's within question because of that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up then, as we look at politicians today as a group, are we becoming more aggressive in trying to get our message across?
I think some people might be choosing to do so, and I think we need to hold ourselves up to a standard to not do so. I know I choose to put myself at a standard to not do so.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. In your initial complaint, you mentioned that you say you request that he, Representative Carr, be reprimanded, censured, or expelled for misconduct, 3 of several options available to us. In the piece of evidence, reference information, examples of violence in the workplace policies, that was your exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It says on page 3, underlined, any employee who threatens or assaults another employee, manager, or customer will be subject to termination. Now, we can't, as elected officials, can't be terminated in the normal sense, but I would assume the closest approximation would be expulsion. So is there a reason that you included this as an underlined version? Is your suggestion that our recommendation be expulsion?
It is not my place to tell this committee how to do your job. It is your guys' job to make this decision. It is my job as the person who brought this complaint to just remind you of what our rules are. You guys have the hard decision, and I freely admit it is a very hard decision. And I don't envy your position at all. And I will respect whatever decision you guys make. But any of those choices are within your purview. And I think, and I gave you the different options of things that I think are within your purview to consider. And I gave you the violence in the workplace policies because, as I said in my testimony today, I think as we have all discussed many times, we do believe that we should be held to a standard, and I think all of us in this room believe that as legislators, and that we shouldn't get a pass from not being held to the same standard that other people in other types of workplace jobs should be held to. And so I think it's worthy of consideration. And what you guys do with that is your job to consider.
Thank you.
I have a question, and then I'll come back to you. I'm going to ask you about what was marked as J in your submission. It's on its face, it looks like it's an email from Representative Carr sent to, it says House Democrats. And the subject line is, anyone interested in knowing what happened? This does a pretty good job. And then it appears to copy maybe social media or some sort of publication called "I've Been Thinking About." Do you know anything that you can tell us about this particular document that's not on the surface?
Yes, this appears to be a forwarded email that is, I'm trying to see if there's, I'm looking on here. I don't remember this person's name off the top of my head right now, but in our Sedgwick County area, there is a woman who writes emails and sends them out to a number of elected officials and different, it's whoever she deems important within the community, and she sends them out. And she pays attention to local events and local government issues and emails them out on a regular basis. And this appears to be her email and that she sent out about this incident that happened.
I'm looking at the document, and the last page, it says Kate Coleman, Coleman Science and Research. Is that the
Yes,
woman?
that sounds right. Yes. Thank you. I did not see it when I looked real quickly, and I couldn't remember her name. Yes. So she's just she's a person in the community who puts these together and sends them out on a regular basis.
And in this case, it looks like Representative Carr forwarded
Yes.
her information, if you would, or position to the House Democrats.
Correct.
Thank you. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you for your testimony as well. Retaliation. I think you opened by saying this is not retaliation. Was this a difficult decision for you to make, to file this complaint?
In some ways, yes, because it makes me very sad. It grieves my heart. And I don't like doing it. And but I feel it is necessary.
I ask that question because often people will say we can make complaints against other people, and maybe it's because we want to retaliate or whatever, but maybe there are other reasons that we make them. And I wanted to give you that opportunity to say that. And when you say it makes you sad, at the risk of it getting emotional, why did it make you sad?
If I may add just one thing, I would have done the same if it had been a Republican colleague doing the same things. So I'll just add on a little slightly humorous side note. Please, Republican colleagues, do not do this to me. But on a slightly personal note, I come from a family that has a lot of people who do not look like me. And I take seriously having to make a complaint against someone who feels like they are, or who factually is in the minority when it comes to skin color. And it makes me extra sad. And I hurt for that.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yeah. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you for your heartfelt honesty. Sorry, just to change I just had a one quick question. Kate Coleman, who wrote this, was she at the Celtic Fox? Did you notice if she was there?
I don't believe I've ever met Kate Coleman, but as far as I know, she was not present.
She had lots of opinions about what happened, and I just wondered if she was looking at it firsthand or...
I do not believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to seek clarification. On the complaint itself, did anyone assist you in crafting the complaint? Did anybody assist you in gathering the evidence or compiling the evidence that's presented here today?
Thank you for clarifying. There were some of the evidence that were included in my first packet. Well, actually, I will say there have been a number of different people have helped me with gathering evidence and putting things together, actually. As far as just looking up things on the internet and finding pieces of information, and I've had quite a number of people actually assist me in putting things together. Different friends and things like that.
Representative Francis, you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the primary evidence is the video of what happened at the Celtic Fox. Were you close enough at the beginning of that argument to see what tipped it off? I know this report from Coleman that's in there makes it sound like Councilman Johnson was the instigator. I don't see any evidence of that at all in the YouTube video that we reviewed. Is there anything that you saw that was blatant instigation from Councilman Johnson?
I did not see anything that showed any, if anything, what I saw was Councilman Johnson was very defensive. He was angry, but he was being verbally attacked originally, and from what I saw, and he was angry about being criticized, and so that's what I saw in my witness. And then when you watched the YouTube video that Representative Carr put out, Representative Carr actually talks about quite extensively about how they were talking about the legislative business and about the contaminated water. And there was, I did not actually include it in any of my evidence. I thought about it later, but the day before that event at the Celtic Fox, there had been an article in our local paper about how that Representative Carr was quoted in, and where he was criticizing Councilman Johnson, along with other local elected officials about how they weren't handling the situation correctly. And so it was, and I had read it. I had read it previously, and so there was already context and building up to this that was well known within every all the local elected officials about the disagreement that they were having.
Representative Francis, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then also in your complaint, you talk about creating a hostile work environment and repeated behavior. Most of your complaint circles around two events, one of which was the comments from Representative Carr about the Quindaro ruins, the Celtic fox. Is the other instances of your pattern of behavior primarily the remarks made in the aftermath of those two incidents? Are there any other incidents?
I think, as I included in your exhibit packets that you have, there are a number of things of newspaper articles that he, like his editorial pieces and opinion pieces that he's written himself, and his own YouTube videos that I think are further examples of his, and then the, letters that he wrote to leadership, things like that, that I think further build that pattern that he is, that he's determined to continue on this path, and that he is not remorseful when or wanting to change his pattern of behavior at all, or adapt to the type of conduct that is appropriate for being in the legislature. We all have free speech rights and how we can communicate, but what is appropriate as a legislator, and where and how we exhibit those behaviors and how we conduct ourselves when we're doing legislative business does matter. And we have to adapt for doing that, and how we can behave ourselves perhaps when we are in a protest, for example, on the curbside and on a sidewalk. What is appropriate behavior there can be very different. And so, and I think that's part of maybe perhaps some of the nuances here that we're dealing with.
Yeah, I have a follow-up to that. So Representative Francis was asking about the altercation at the Celtic Fox and the evidence that you presented about not only what happened at the Celtic Fox, but Representative Carr's videos and other things that came out afterwards. My question is, how then is the evidence about his two incidents in the House, on the House floor? One is calling Marvin Robinson a House Negro, and the other calling Republicans or some of us racist. How does that fall into your complaint?
I think that, again, because being a House Negro is calling someone a House Negro is a racial slur. If he just wanted to impugn his motives, he could have just called him a Judas. Okay, it impugns your motives, but it's not racial. Calling someone a Judas isn't considered a racial component, but it impugns your motive excellently. But when you call someone a House Negro, that's incredibly insulting, and it does have a racial component to it. It's very different. And even I know that. Even a white person knows how insulting that is.
All right, I think if no one else has a question, that we will go on. I believe you have a written copy of your testimony. Would you like to pass that out to the committee and also give that to Representative Carr? All right, thank you very much. Next, Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. Just give me a minute. I've got a lot to unpack here.
Take your time. The mic may be a little low. I don't know. See, can you get it higher? There
Yes,
we go.
better.
That looks good.
So I'm going to start by stating a few facts. First of all, these are all elected positions. There was no drug screening, no background check, no references required. These are elected positions. And as such,
Sorry, we're you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to affirm or testify and to the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. I apologize. You're
No
on.
problem. I'm getting used to it. Again, these are elected positions. There wasn't a policy for managers or employees. We are, in fact, equal in that we represent members of the community, and the way we represent them, I believe, is left to each individual representative, in this case, certainly elected officials. What I'm going to try to do, because there's a myriad of things here that I need to address, so I'll try to work through them systematically as they were presented, or as close as possible. I did, however, have some items that I wasn't sure that I would need. However, they are in possession of the media person there on flash drive, and I might request his assistance with those items from time to time. First, I'm going to address this complaint. And in doing so, I want to make note that I do believe that based on some past behaviors, Mr. Chair, I believe you to be a hostile member of this particular committee. I think that the question was raised even by one of the committee members during the first hearing, the one that we had before this, that it appeared as though you were presenting the case for her. I would draw to that and say that I would agree with the same. Additionally, in a previous hearing, sir, when referencing the statements that I made versus the statements that the defendant, if you would, the person that I complained against, I believe you were well within your rights to say that for whatever reason that you believed his testimony, but you went a step further and you said that you disbelieved mine. That's calling me a liar. And for that reason, I believe that you're hostile and unfair, and I'm not sure if you're fit to be there and can unbiasedly handle these proceedings. And I have that on video if anyone would like to see that from that previous hearing that we had. The video guy, and I'll find where it is. And while I'm looking for that, I'll also say that it's been documented on record in a previous House hearing video where you had made some, what I would consider, racially insensitive remarks, where you made claims that Native Americans couldn't be trusted because they were Native Americans. And I'll say some things here today that are probably going to hurt some feelings, and they might seem a bit insensitive. However, this is the environment that we're in. I'm not really concerned with how someone may feel. I'm more concerned with what the facts are. So with that, with the assistance there of the videographer, I believe I have that listed so I can have you pull it up, or you could just pull up the menu and I can show you which one it is. I'm going to have to walk over to the screen.
And the first of those
Is the audio not there? That same video, I can't think of the gentleman's name, but it's on his flash drive, which should be a part of your.
and the first of those.
So it was recorded again. Do you see that on there twice?
And the first of those is, what rule of the House does the complaint allege was violated? Let me speak first to this, and then we'll open it up to discussion. The complaint alleges that Representative Hoheisel engaged in misconduct by violating Mason's Manual Section 122, which is headed Breaches of Order of the House. In the evidentiary hearing, Representative Carr pointed to Part 2 of the Section 122, alleging that Representative Hoheisel, quoting now from the manual, participated in conduct that disrupted or disturbed the orderly proceedings of the body. So in my view, that is at least the first question that we have to address, whether or not Representative Hoheisel participated in conduct that disrupted or disturbed the orderly proceedings of the body. And open it up to discussion from the rest of the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And going back, and I appreciate the copies that you've given us of the complaints that have been filed since time began, I guess. And looking at these, and the one thing that I never did see in any of these, that there was an admission of guilt in any of these items. Is that correct? If I could ask that real quick.
Representative Humphreys.
I can't say definitively what happened in the hearings. This was just a report of what happened, so sorry, can't answer.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, then with that question being answered, in the brief time that I had to look at, I think that pretty much clear that there never was such admission. So anyway, I wanted to bring that out. Looking at this and looking at what happened on the day, and from Mr. Hoheisel's testimony that he provided, when it comes to disruption.
Representative, we're going to focus on that issue later. Okay. What I'm really asking now is whether anybody has any discussion about what the alleged violation of the rule was, and we'll get to what happened later. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Representative Francis.
Well, and I think, while everything is always kind of debatable, Chapter 12 deals with decorum and debate. This was began at least as a side conversation.
Yeah, if we might stop the video.
They were.
I just would like to understand, I don't think the chairman is the subject of this investigation. And in all honesty and fairness, Representative Carr, the chairman has given you 15 minutes. And so I would really love to hear your
Okay.
I'd love to hear what you think about what's the complaint, because
Okay, fair enough.
we don't have that much that much time left.
Fair enough. Well, I don't think there was a clock running earlier. And I asked, there's 100 items, right? There are 100 items. We spent 2.5 days now on information that was presented in large part against me. So I should, if I might, I should be, apparently that the House rules override the Masons Manual, but the House rules also point to the Masons Manual. And the Masons Manual clearly indicates that each member will be treated fairly and have an equal amount of time and space. I feel certainly like if I went for another 2 days, I would still be within that time and space that was allotted for the case that was being presented by Chair Lewis. However,
Yes, you may.
Okay, I knew that you had thought that there was some disparity with the time that we had in the previous hearing. So I went through it minute by minute, and I wrote down how many minutes we dedicated to exhibits that Representative Howell had put in, and how many and you far exceeded her number of minutes. As far as in that last hearing, when we were reading and the videos of you, I mean, I've got the numbers. I went by minute because I wanted to make sure that we were actually doing.
So who?
Excuse me, and certainly, when Representative Howe gave her, first a minute ago, the clock was right here, and she was just a smidge under 15 minutes. And so my concern at this moment is you don't have that much time left, and I really want to hear from you what you have to say about the complaint.
Okay, I will address that. However, you're incorrect because those videos, the lengthy videos, they were presented by her, so you must be tagging those to me.
Excuse me, they were also submitted by you. Both of you submitted the videos of you explaining the altercation at the Celtic Fox.
Okay, so then we split that time. Okay, but I'll continue. I'm just trying to point out that I don't believe that there's a possibility that I could get a fair vote, but from you, the chair. So I also have on that slide, if you'll look at what's labeled number 1, it says the Nick voicemail. And this is kind of out of turn. I just want to get his.
Representative Francis.
And I hate to take away from the representative's presentation, but I thought we had already heard the video we were going to hear, and this was a time for them to address the evidence that we'd already heard, not introduction of new evidence.
Right, so you might explain, Representative Carr, what video are you?
So this is simply audio. I believe that there's been some statements made concerning use of words with members, and this is just audio of House members, because the general public may not understand that sometimes the conversations with House members get a little heated.
Okay. Well, I do agree with Representative Francis. The evidence and the videos were all to have been presented, and we've been, through this several times.
Yeah, but I wasn't certain that you were going to present the case for her.
New evidence is not appropriate at this time. It's time, if you want your 15 minutes, to tell us why you believe your defenses are meritorious and respond to the evidence that's been presented.
Okay, I'm very clear what's taking place here, so we'll go down her complaint.
I really want to make a comment here too. When we received all of this testimony and we were looking at it and the other, I just want to say, I personally looked at time and what was being allotted and who was saying what and everything else. And if I had felt that it was not appropriate time to eat, I would have brought it up in this committee, and I'm sure Representative Anix and Representative Onyx would as well. So as far as looking at that, I just want to say, I think appropriated time was appropriate, okay? And I just want you to know, there's no way we would have sat here and not have looked at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have not been recording, taking away from your time for this question period. Right now, you've spoken for, and I also am going to exclude some of the time that was spent trying to tee up the video, but at this just so you know.
So I'm 9 minutes into. Okay, so then let's just get to the crux of it. The racial slur. If I look at what the representative listed, that I think you had redacted, if I look at what she listed as the racial slur, she highlighted the word nigger. I'm sure she didn't want to say that here, but that's the word she highlighted. Not once did I use the word nigger. That's not a word that I use. That's not a word that we use in my culture. So that is erroneous. The video that I showed where we're in the park, I think the statements have been made or attempted to be made that somehow I'm this violent criminal. That park has, on Sundays, which is an event that I do, I've spent nearly $20,000 of my own money to put that event on for my community. That event houses some of what many of you would consider the meanest, baddest gang members that at least the city of Wichita has to offer. However, we've been there going on 8 years now without a single incident. And the reason for that is because of the respect that they have for me. I'm able to talk my way in and out of any situation. And trust me, there are some potentially violent situations that occur. And you heard that word that we use, which is used in many different forms. You know, love and affection. Maybe when you're just talking to someone, it's not a derogatory word. You know, she says a derogatory word on the floor of the Kansas State House. That word would have had to have been house Negro or field Negro, because I used them both. Again, there were references to historical points in time. And then I've got this. It's got the state of Kansas seal on it. I got this at a time where I was too young to read that. That's a birth certificate. And as I look on that birth certificate, when it says color or race, it reads the word Negro. So what I want to know is what word that I used on the House floor was derogatory, because it's right here on my birth certificate. If you'd like to see it, I'll hand it to you.
That won't be necessary. We'll take your word for that.
So when we're talking about derogatory words, just what words are we talking about? And
Okay, you have 1 minute, so summarize.
Oh, I've got 1 minute now.
That's right, I'm just letting you know.
She had much longer time than this. But that particular check, that check that you saw, that check, I paid for that check out of my own pocket. And it wasn't just Councilman Johnson that check indicated had dropped the ball on this process. It was also the complainant's husband, who happens to be a county commissioner. So when you ask why she might have done this or who might have helped her, it would be a far reach to believe that her husband wasn't part of the people who helped, and he was also one of the people that I highlighted as not doing their part when it came to serving the community that I serve and doing what was right for the $250,000 check. I believe the only thing that we've done here is shown that I represent my community. I've always represented my community. I sent you a picture of a black belt certificate that I received back in the 90s. I've since taught in at least 4 other schools, and when I make the statement that I'm qualified, or as Representative Humphreys stated, that I felt like I could take him, yes, I can. But that's not the issue. I don't have to go out and try to fight someone. What took place at the Celtic Fox, just like that, I did that. That was a publicity stunt, and it almost worked. The Representative Ballard, she asked me one day, she said, do you feel like if you had to do that again, would you do the same thing? And I said to her, yes. I know she didn't understand why I said it. But the reason that I said that, now, granted, who knew that it was going to go viral? No one knew that. But the antics
you have 15
that
seconds
took place,
to sum up. Excuse me.
those antics were done on purpose. because I needed for the people in that room to understand the gravity of this situation that's killing people in my community. Yet today, and as we speak, that plan still hasn't been put in motion. They're talking about it. They've got a date of the 22nd, okay? It's been almost a year now since that took place. I would say that if they had worked on that plan when they said they worked on it, it wouldn't have taken this long. It doesn't take this long to build a highway. It's been 10 months now.
Okay, I'll have to stop you there. Thank you.
Yeah, I see what's going on here. And that's quite all right.
We're now open for questions from the committee.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ford, let's talk about the Celtic Fox a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I think I've read in comments here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the aggressor in this situation. We have a piece of video that we've been able to see. There obviously was something before that video began. Can you tell us what was being said going in?
So there was a conversation, and the conversation was going, I would consider amicable between everyone. I made the statement. And I said, you need to admit that you fucked up. That's the statement that I made. When I made that statement, the councilman was there as well as Commissioner Beatty. Commissioner Beatty didn't make a move at all. I believe that he understood. The councilman then got upset. And that's when the altercation began. Because that's when the voice became raised. That's when the finger pointing started. And at some time after that is when the video recording began. Nobody walks around with their phone on video panning a room. So you're absolutely right. There was something that took place, and it was the escalation of the councilman's voice and the finger in my face from the councilman prior to the video being started. But I will say this. Again, I wasn't aware that it would go viral, but I was aware of who was in the room. And again, the representative was in the room, as well as the representative's husband, who I had spoken with earlier in the day concerning the same topic. And from our conversation, I am well aware, because he told me at that time that he knew absolutely nothing about it. You just saw the television commercial or the news ad. He knew about it. You know, that in fact, I believe was an untruth. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Francis.
So going back to the Celtic Fox incident.
Yes, sir.
What was the thing that Councilman Johnson said that triggered it, in your opinion? Was it, I think in one of your things you said something about he stuck his finger in your
Yeah, it was. It wasn't necessarily what the councilman had said. It was a combination of what he said and his actions, because he put his finger in my face, and of course he was denying that they were moving slowly, which that's a disagreement that we could make. But prior to that, we'd had some conversation, if you will, via text message, whereby there were some differences in opinion. None of that has anything to do with this, of course, because he is a city elected official and I'm state elected official, so I didn't put any of that. But we had some back and forth via text message. So I know that because of the news conference, he was already on edge based on some of the things that he put in the text message.
So was the actions that happened at Celtic Fox, then were those calculated actions on your part to get the end that you felt you were
extremely
for?
Yes, those were calculated. If you can ask my colleagues. I oftentimes do things that may seem unorthodox. When I run amendments, I don't typically tell the body that I'm running an amendment because I have certain reactions that I intend to get, and I have a fear that someone may, in fact, do something that might stipend my reaction. So I have to represent my community. That's what they elected me for. And so I do what I feel is best to represent my community.
So in your mind, purposely escalating the aggression in that situation was necessary and called for?
It wasn't a purposeful escalation. The escalation came because, as again, you know, it's amazing that when someone who's Black says certain things, they can be looked at one way. However, we don't look at them the same way when it's someone who's white. I noticed from the initial documentation that I got from that has been, you know, redacted. There was this continual use of the word fight, like it was aggressive and it was physical, and it was. I'm fighting right now. This is a fight. You know, I come to fight. I prepare to fight, and I come to fight. That's what this is. It doesn't always mean that I have to throw blows. I've done that again. I fought for years as an amateur kickboxer. So for me to attempt to try to prove something to somebody is pointless. You know, I've taught again 4 different places, self-defense. That's not the point. When I say fight, I'm talking about this. This is a fight. I'm fighting for my people. I'm fighting for my district, you know, and I'm fighting for the state of Kansas. That's what this is.
And
Yes,
you
please.
said earlier that the use of the word nigger is friendly.
I never said the word nigger.
Okay, excuse me. What was the word that you called in the tape? Our Councilman Johnson a couple of times.
If you heard them,
I don't understand the difference.
Yeah, you don't understand. It's a cultural difference. And that's what we've got here. We've got an issue where culturally, you know, I heard the previous representative, she made statements about, she didn't use the word conform, but what was the word she used?
I guess the word I'm asking is what you called Councilman Johnson.
I said nigger. That's a different word. It's not nigger. Nigger is what they called us when we were slaves.
Nigga.
Yes.
Okay, bitch ass, nigga. I think you called him 2 or 3 times.
You heard it. You heard it when the gentleman on the video was stating it as well. And those were all his friends that were riding by, right? It's a term, sometimes of endearment, sometimes it's no more than just saying man. You know,
it wasn't used as a term of endearment towards Councilman Johnson.
It wasn't used as a term of endearment towards Councilman Johnson, but it was used as a term like you could say man, dude, guy. You know, that's the way, that's in our culture, that's the way we communicate. You know, you might not like it, but it's I'm not here again, you know, to do things that you might like. But that is the way we conversate, you know, like it or not, you know.
So if I may, one more question.
Yes, please, go ahead.
As a state representative of Kansas, do you feel like there is any standard of conduct that applies to you?
I do believe there's a standard of conduct. However, I do not believe that you as a white representative can dictate what my conduct should be as a Black representative. You know, that sounds awfully 1950-ish to me, you know, 1930-ish maybe. It's not your place to dictate what takes place in my culture, you know, and I know you feel like it might be, but it's not.
So there is no standard.
I didn't say that. I said there was a standard.
For representatives as a whole, regardless of race, color, or creed.
There is a standard in certain situations. However, there is also a First Amendment to the Constitution that allows the freedom of speech. And just because it may be something that you don't appreciate, you know, or the Republican majority or the Caucasian majority. Just because you don't appreciate it, that conversation wasn't with you. It was with him, another black man.
And you felt like your actions that night upheld the standard of conduct of the House?
I certainly felt like my actions that night held up what my duties are as a representative to bring light to a situation that has been pushed under the rug for 40 plus years. 40 years. 40 years people in my community have been dying. 40 years we have low birth weights. We have some of the lowest birth weights. Let me back that up. We have the lowest birth weights in the state of Kansas. We have a more than 2 times higher cancer rate than any other place in Kansas. So yes, you're absolutely right. I do agree. It needed to have light brought to it. And as I stated to the representative, my colleague, Mrs. Ballard, when she asked me if I had it to do again, what I said to her was, I questioned it. That's what I said. I said I questioned it at first, but yeah, I'd do it just the same way. And that's because at that point, when she asked, being a week later, I saw what was taking place. Things were happening. People had started moving because of that, you know, and my first responsibility is to those people that I represent.
I have a follow-up question. You mentioned the First Amendment and your rights to that. But do you understand that in an employment situation, those rights can be legally restricted?
In an employment situation, I do.
And do you understand that as a House member, you are employed?
I am employed as an elected official. And if I had been in an official capacity, I don't think anyone's ever heard that word on the House floor. However, the word that I've used on the House floor, the word that we repeatedly say, that I called someone a house Negro. You have the video. We can replay it. I have never said, Marvin Robinson, you are a house Negro. Never did I say that. Okay? Never have I said, so-and-so and so-and-so, they're a house. That's impugning. That would be impugning. I did not impugn. I never said that. We can replay the video. Okay. All of them.
Right, well, I'll follow up there. Referring to Exhibit 3, which is your opinion piece in The Voice. The title is, "Yes, I called my fellow black Kansas lawmaker."
Let me say that. Stop right there. We read that last week.
Let me finish. "Yes, I called my fellow black Kansas lawmaker a house Negro, and I regret nothing." So
that is a title, sir. I didn't write that title. Okay. I didn't write the article. I didn't write the title. And if you read the article, if you paid attention when you read it, never once inside the article did I say that I called someone a house Negro. That's a title. It caught your attention. So kudos, if you're a writer, to the person that came up with that title, because that's not what's in the article.
Okay. Did you write the article itself?
I did not write the article, no.
Okay. It says here, and maybe it's wrong, in The Voice, it says, "Written by Representative Ford Carr." You're just saying that's wrong.
I did not write that article. It's not an article I wrote. When I write articles, and you can clearly see, they come on my letterhead, and I send them to the press. I didn't write articles that I give specifically to the Community Voice.
Okay. Who wrote the article, if you know?
I'm assuming, because Benita Gooch runs the Community Voice, I'm assuming it's Benita Gooch, but you'd have to ask her.
Yeah. So did you approach her about writing the article?
I don't ever approach anyone about writing an article. What I do, and I'll say again, I'll write the article, it'll be on my letterhead, and then I'll send it out. That's how you know it's from me. It will have my letterhead attached with my signature.
So just to be clear, the article, and I'm quoting here, says, "So when a Democratic caucus member, someone supposedly upholding the shared values of the Democratic Party, voted against his constituents' needs for SNAP benefits and Medicaid expansion and supported voting suppression measures, this was problematic. These types of issues aren't new when it comes to black elected officials. That's the elephant in the room." You disavow that statement then? That's not you?
I'm not saying that I disavow any statement, and I'm not reading it. You'd have to give me a minute to get to that. However, again, I'm going to say this. Ford did not write the article. I'd have to get the article in front of me. Let's just say this about the publication team at the Community Voice. I have ceased some time ago with communications to the Community Voice simply because the Community Voice has a habit of taking information from other stories and creating their own story. You know, sometimes I'll get a phone call and I'll be asked some questions and I'll be cut off. You know, and what I'll be told, and I'm not speaking ill of the Community Voice, but what I'm saying is that the Community Voice, and I'm sure there's some people here that are in the audience that are a part of news teams that can vouch for what I'm saying. Sometimes the articles are written simply from a collage of information that came from other places. Some are my quotes, some may not be. But again, if I write something, I'm going to sign my name to it.
Right. So I'm going to read the last paragraph from the article and ask if you vow this or not. It says the Kansas City Star's mostly white editorial board said that the article's not only suggesting, but it's putting it in the first person, and it says it was written by you, but it said, I went too far. But what we didn't hear from the State Star's editorial board was anything about how Representative Robinson's constituents were harmed by his myopic political calculations. The board had more sympathy for Robinson's feelings than for the needs of his betrayed constituents. So it appears whoever wrote this, excuse me, it appears that whoever wrote this believed that they were representing you. They said it was written by you. And I'm wondering if you saw this article, did you call him up and say, you know, this wasn't me and disavowed it? Did you ever?
So that particular last statement, I can't take credit for writing the entirety of it, but that particular last statement, yes, would have had my endorsement.
Including the reference to Representative Robinson.
Whatever you just read, that complete last statement. Sometimes when we write things, we have assistants, right? People that assist us in writing, or they may edit things. But that particular last statement, yeah, that statement would have come with my endorsement.
Any other questions? Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're on the conversation of Quindera ruins and House Negro, and maybe I know a little bit more on my side since Representative Marvin Robinson was my office mate. And I know a conversation we had later on that afternoon. When this conversation was being made, we were discussing, you know, a whole combination about who voted Democrats, who voted Republican, and everything else. And I'm just reading part of it, and this, I think, was taken from the transcript, so it's accurate.
Okay.
According to that. When we get to this point, he said...
Can you give me, I'm going to catch up to where you are. Where are you exactly?
Let's transcript 428. If you have it, I'll just read it from the transcript if you want. But this is when...
Is this the article you're reading?
No, when you were at the well.
Oh, okay.
And Representative and the Speaker Pro Tem was in the chair. And we go through, and for those of you who don't know what the Quindera Ruins Project is, it is an area where slaves from the Underground Railroad are buried. There's been a restoration planning or desire for that for quite some time, and it went through. So at this point, we were talking about House Negroes, and Representative Blake Carpenter, I would like to remind you not to impugn the motives of representatives and why they might or might not be voting for something. This was centered around voting. Representative Carr, you say, fair enough, so I'll continue. Representative Blake says, you may continue. Representative Carr, thank you, sir. Representative Blake, just watch your comments. Representative Carr will do just that, sir. Okay, so at that point, this was all about the voting and whatnot. And even though I'm going to grant you, you did not say who, you did not say Representative Robinson's name. And we're not supposed to mention names.
Correct.
Once in a while, you know, that does happen. But I have to be very honest by saying I knew exactly who you were talking about. And I think probably Democrats knew exactly too because of the voting. See, I think this centered.
Okay, but let me speak to that.
All right.
And this part really amazes me because we say we know exactly who we're talking about. However, there's another black representative in that House of Representatives, and he voted the same way. Why did no one ever say that I was talking about him? That's amazing. He's not the only black representative that voted that way.
But not consistently.
Yeah, he consistently voted that way. They voted pretty much consistent on a lot of things. I mean, and I'm just making the point that, for instance, when someone walks to the well and says, I know you're probably not going to vote for this because you don't agree with it, but nobody says anything about that. You know, if we're going to say that what I'm doing is impugning, then that's impugning as well.
Okay, but the only comment I want to make is because later on that day, when Representative Marvin and I were in the room, he got very emotional about it, and he said he was talking about me.
Mm-hmm.
I am defending my office mate because he was very upset later that day. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, and I can understand him being upset, but again, I'm going to state either we're going by the rules or we aren't. You know, you might assume that I'm talking about any number of things. You know, the woman in the red dress in the back of the room. But if I don't identify her, then that's not who I'm talking about. You know, I'm making a generalized statement, and the statement that I made again was that that was the statement that I made. I said I wouldn't. Right. Okay. He took it personal. Okay. Correct. And I know it may have hurt. He may not have been the only feelings that were hurt. But again, I'm not here to protect feelings. I'm here to serve my constituents. If someone took it a particular way, that's not something that falls on me. That's something that probably falls on them. That's probably something that has taken place where they personally feel guilty. I never, you know, and the previous representative stood and she said that I lied to the committee. I did not lie. I stand here again, you know, and I say we can go back to the tape. I never said anyone. I said me and what I wouldn't want my constituents to say about me. That's what I stated. And that's what I state today. I still, yet to this day, right now, I would not want my constituents to feel as though that I was some sort of a house Negro. Yes.
Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Humphries.
So, why would you bring that up about yourself if you weren't impugning the motives of another representative at that time? Let me finish. And to say that, oh, there's another Black representative in the House voting the same way, that exact vote was about an appropriation for the Quindaro ruins. And we all know that that was Representative Robinson's main thing that he wanted. And it wasn't just the Democrats that knew who you were talking about. I think it was everybody. And because what you said was a House Negro does a favor, does something so they get a favor in return. And we were talking about the Quindaro ruins appropriation. And people were saying it got put in the appropriations bill and it was a favor to Marvin. People were saying that. And then what you said was you came up and referenced the House Negro. You know, you may not have been talking about Marvin, but you have to know good and well that that's the way it came off, because that was the context. The context wasn't you didn't want your constituents thinking that because you were going to vote no. And so it doesn't matter there's another Black representative voting the same way. This was Marvin's issue, and that's what we were talking about at the time. I don't even think this is the whole thing, what this hearing is about, but I cannot sit and say that that day we did not know what you were talking about. And so,
Okay, so can I respond?
if you have an answer to that, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, so again, how you feel seated in your seat, that is a reflection of what you're thinking, okay? And for you to sit up and tell me that you know what my people would be thinking or what was going through my mind, yeah, because see, when I make the statement, right, because I have to go back to my community, and my community is going to ask me questions, you know, and I want to make it very clear that I'm not doing this. And you know, clearly in this body we have an issue with fact, because the fact is there were house Negroes, and what they did were different things. You know, they would tell where the runaway slaves were hiding and that sort of thing. If we have a problem with facts, then we really have a problem in our Kansas legislature. You know, I'll start there. But these were facts that I was stating. We're talking about the Quindaro ruins. The Quindaro ruins is speaking of an area where the slaves were. You know, and because you thought that I was talking about whoever you thought I was talking about, I was speaking to my constituency. I was telling, and I said that. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but to say it, I said that I wouldn't think that I wouldn't want my constituents, those people that I represent, to think, because see, that's what we'll say, you know, and maybe you don't know this because you don't come from my community, but again, that's what they would say. You know, one of my constituents would come up and they would make a comment like that. So I see you down in the State House being a house Negro. So I made that point very clear. That's not me.
Well, and so it wasn't just the legislature. The Kansas City Star also had a quote from you. I don't regret saying fellow Black Kansas lawmaker. I don't regret saying Black Kansas lawmaker is a house Negro. State Representative Ford Carr says Marvin Robinson sold out his Kansas City, Kansas constituents by voting with the legislature Republicans. So it's not just, you know, it wasn't just a house. That comment, and so who were you talking about if you weren't talking about Marvin?
I just told you. I just simply told you. First of all,
that context doesn't. I'm trying to understand how that context would make sense.
Which context? The fact that I wouldn't want people thinking I was a house Negro?
I mean, I understand why you would feel that way, and I that's fine.
We're really here debating a house Negro. That's what this.
No, sorry. What we're debating is, I don't understand. I mean, you say you were talking about yourself. And in
All
that
I can say is listen to the tape.
sense,
The tape says I clearly state. I mean, how many times do I have to try to say this for you? I mean, it's in what I said.
yeah, okay.
It is in what I said.
It's just, the Kansas City Star, whoever, pretty much the whole house thought they knew.
And let's be clear about this.
Okay.
Let's also be clear about this. You don't dictate what anyone says outside of the State House. I could go outside of the State House and say that I'm, a purple orangutan. It's outside the State House on my own time. What we're talking about here is what took place inside the State House. Now, what's in an article? That's a news article. News people write stories to sell articles and sell paper. That's how they stay in business. There are some things in the articles that, as I stated earlier, are direct quotes from me. And if it wasn't a direct quote from me, it was something that was written at least with my blessing. We'll use that as a term. But these are news articles. We are talking about what took place in the State House, and I would really appreciate it if we could stick to that. Not that I'm opposed or would run from anything else, but we're really sitting here having a conversation about the term house Negro when clearly the state of Kansas saw me as a Negro the day I was born. Will anyone argue that? Can we agree on that? That's how the state of Kansas saw me on the day that I was born. That's how they saw my mother. That's how they saw my father. It's right here in black and white. But yet we're arguing the use of this term house Negro, and all you have to do is listen to not just that recording, but the one that I was said to have told a lie. That was not a lie. I said the exact same thing. We can play it again. I focused it on me. I said me, because I don't know what the people do in your community. But in my community, they'll come see you, right? And what I mean by that is they'll check you on something that they heard you said. When they know you, they'll come see you. They're not going to stand back and talk to somebody. They'll come see you. And when they come see me, there's a few things that they'll never be able to come see me about.
Okay, so I just want a clarification. I'm not sure what your position is on this. So do you view using the term house Negro to be derogatory or not?
It's a term.
I know. Is it derogatory or not?
A house Negro was the kind of Negro that some didn't mind being. So that answer is going to be dependent upon the person. Now, me, I would associate myself with the field Negro. That's what I would associate myself with. Right. I wouldn't want to associate myself with a house Negro. No. So for me, it wouldn't be good. But that doesn't mean that everybody's going to feel that way.
Okay. So for you, it's derogatory.
Maybe not derogatory, but definitely not good.
And is it fair to say, too, that you had issues with Marvin Robinson?
I had no issues with Marvin Robinson outside of that. Me and Marvin, we talked. In fact, if you remember correctly, the first vote that we took with respect to the transgender issue, I and my colleague Marvin Robinson elected to stay out of that vote. At that point, we became close. Now, when the actual vote took place, we voted separate. He voted with the remainder of the Democratic Party. I did not.
Okay,
I voted the other way.
Reading from your exchange, your email exchange, January 5th, 2025, to Logan Demond. Logan, you say, I refuse to move to the office of the deceased Marvin Robinson. This must be some sort of retaliation for votes I took in previous years. You can have my things boxed and left in the office lobby, and I will take them home, but I'll be damned if someone will sit me in the seat of a dead man that I had issues with.
After the fact.
Excuse me.
After the fact.
Oh, okay, so you had issues with him after the fact.
Well, and I can't say that there were issues that I had. He had certain issues with me, right?
So,
Because of that.
But
But
here you say that you had issues with him.
But, well, we had issues. I said we had issues,
Okay.
right?
All right.
You know, we had issues. I'm going to have, let me clarify that. I'm going to have an issue with anybody who has an issue with me, right?
I was just trying to clarify because I think earlier you said you didn't have any issues with him.
Well, it's not an issue that I personally had. He had an issue with me because of the implications of the statements that you made. But we were talking prior to when those statements were made at the well. Me and Marvin Robinson had no issue.
Representative Francis.
Yeah, what was the purpose of the conviction record? Your very last.
So, yeah, so the purpose for that conviction record is, you know, it's been implied, let's say that somehow I am this out of control, angry black man that can't control his temper. 1992, I was standing outside of a liquor store with two gentlemen, and a third gentleman walked up. Both of the gentlemen I was talking to was my friend. One was my best friend. We were extremely close. That conversation dissipated. Later on that week, the last individual that walked up and joined that conversation walked into my liquor store and he pulled out a weapon and he shot my other friend who happened to share the same name as me. He was my father. He killed him there in my liquor store. That conviction record was his. Trust me, if I was angry and out of control and had any reason to be mean towards anybody, it would be that gentleman. He's the one that took my best friend, my father, under the pretense that it would have been me that was there that day, because that was normally when I would be there. My father, unfortunately, stepped in so that I could deliver an air conditioner to my sister, and that's probably the reason that, or part of the reason that I'm still standing here today. So if I had reason to go unhinged, trust me, I've got somewhere for that anger to go. And it's nobody that you know. It would be that gentleman.
I have a question about Exhibit 25. That's the email that we referred to earlier, January 24th, 2025, from you to the House Democrats. And this was apparently forwarding something you received.
I'm sorry, what was the date again?
January 24th, 2025. And this was apparently forwarding something by Kate Coleman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got that. What, you know, just perusing it, would you agree that it's the focus is violence in politics?
I didn't send it because of any violent activity. If you read the email that was attached to it, the statement that I made was that this article of the recount of what took place is most accurate in this article. As it is, if you read the account and not just take a look at the highlight, the heading, you know, the title that we've done here before. We've taken a title and we've associated the title of an article with something I said when it was not what I said. You know, the email associated with this simply states that this is the most accurate account of the incident that took place on that night, and it is. And do I know that young lady? I don't. I've never met her. First I heard of it. You know, however, whoever she was, it would appear that she was there, because that's a pretty good account of what took place.
Okay, so you're saying that that was the purpose. I understand. You wanted your House Democrats to understand what you thought.
As opposed to me writing it out and telling them what you know, when something happens, you find yourself telling the story 100 times. You know, I didn't want to tell that story 100 times. I know that my colleagues on the Democratic side were interested in what happened. They heard and they'd seen all kinds of newspaper articles, television articles. I read this one, and when I read the account of what took place, the other stuff I really didn't pay attention to because that's not what I was concerned with. But when I read the play-by-play account of what took place, that is pretty accurate. It's as accurate as if someone was there.
So what Ms. Coleman also says, and I'm just wondering if you agree with her, she says, considering the international and national political fighting, Topeka's political fight Wednesday at the Celtic Fox between two elected officials was just another Wednesday night at the local bar. So next time you think Kansas is all about wheat fields and the Wizard of Oz, remember, Topeka's got game in the global arena of political pandemonium of F-bombs. Who needs Dorothy's ruby slippers when you've got flying expletives and shattering glassware?
Again, your attempt to take someone's colorful language that they wrote in an article and put it on my plate as if I'm consuming it it's getting a bit redundant. That's not what I said. Those are her words. Do I agree with it? I don't even know if I paid it any attention. I don't think anything is, first of all, I don't drink, so I don't typically go to bars. I've been in drinking bar type situations since I've been a legislator more than I have been at any point in my life. Legislators drink, I do not. You know, I go and I'll get a double shot of cranberry juice, and there are people here in this room that can attest to that. I am not a drinker. So, you know, what takes place in a bar, I don't know. But if you focus on the account of the incident that took place, I'm going to say this again, it's fairly accurate, more accurate than any other account that I had read or heard up till that time. Now, the colorful part of the language that's in there, again, credit the writer.
Okay, so I'm referring again to the article, and this appears, but I want you to have a response to it, to reflect your views as to what happened at the bar. It says the consequence message is...
I'm sorry, I've got to object. How can you say that it reflects my views when I didn't write it? How can you try to say something that was written by somebody else as a reflection of my views?
You sent it to the House Democrats.
Yes, so that they could so that they could see another side of the story.
Right.
Okay, I didn't write it.
I understand that you've said that. We understand that.
And I don't know the person that wrote it.
I understand that.
No.
Doesn't mean that you couldn't agree or disagree with what she says.
Okay, go ahead. What did she say?
Once the war gauntlet is thrown in the circle, as Johnson did, the war is on. With words, pointed fingers, the third finger, facial hurled eyebrows, tight jaws, and an actual punch.
Really? This is where we're... Again, I didn't write that. I didn't agree with it. If I wanted to hit Representative Johnson, he would have been... Let's just be clear about something, right? If physical violence is really what I wanted to do, again, I have been trained. I've trained others. You know, there would have been nothing in the room, you know, aside from someone who was toting a weapon, you know, that would have been able to stop me from at least the initiation, right? But that wasn't what my plan was. That wasn't what I intended to do. You know, and I've said that on several occasions. However, I understand that you keep making an attempt to say that this is what took place. I don't think, and let me say this, even without the training, I don't think that if any one of the men in this room decided that they wanted to hurl themselves at someone and actually throw a punch, I don't think they would be able to be stopped from the first punch anyway. It would be very difficult. It's hard to stop someone who really wants to do something. And that's with or without training. The first punch would be thrown. If there are no punches thrown, the reality is, and this is coming from, again, someone who's trained for these situations, you can't stop someone from at least throwing the first punch if that's what they want to do. Sometimes, you know, people just want to, for lack of a better term, you know, put on somewhat of a show.
Right, Representative Humphreys, I believe you have questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So, first of all, I'm sorry about your father.
It's okay.
And I'm also sorry about the neighborhood that, you know, things took several decades to get going, and I hope we're going in the right direction with that. And I don't think that's what this is about. For me, that's not what this is about. It's not about that issue or other issues. I kind of want to be clear. It's also not exactly about the word you used or this or that. It's a concern about misconduct. That's what this hearing is about.
Can you tell me what that misconduct is?
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
And so, but, you know, one thing I heard this morning or this afternoon, whatever time it was, when Representative Francis asked you, is there a standard of behavior and decorum in the House of Representatives?
That wasn't his question, but go ahead.
And you made a very racist comment that if some white leaders had a rule, they can't tell you what to do.
Okay, that's about the way. You can't tell me.
Okay, but did I hear that correctly? What did you mean by that?
Well, first of all, you misquoted what he said.
I don't remember the exact words.
Okay, well, I'm just,
Yeah.
we're trying to be accurate here. Again,
Good,
you know,
great.
truth matters. You know, so that wasn't the question that he asked, first of all. But what I'm saying to you is no, by any stretch of anyone's imagination, is it okay for someone white to explain to me my culture and what I should be doing? So the answer is absolutely not. It is not your place to tell me what I'm supposed to do culturally as a black man.
Okay, I don't know what you mean by what you're supposed to do culturally. I don't know what you mean by that. But so in a committee hearing, when the chairman calls on you or doesn't call, they call on someone else and then they call on you, they can't tell you what to do?
I never said that. Okay, well, I never
what you
said
mean.
that. So this is something new that's being introduced that I've never said, you know, and I've never told anyone in the committee, I've never told a chairman that you can't ask me to do that. I'm aware of what the decorum is inside the committee. I'm aware of what the decorum is on the House floor. In fact, the reason that we're here is because I'm so aware. And I told the line that didn't violate anything. You know, I never impugned anyone. You made an assumption. See, so we're here about assumptions that you're making.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because that's not only what this is about. But I want to go back to, what did Representative Francis ask you?
To get the exact words, you have to re-ask Representative Francis, but what Representative Francis, he didn't ask, he said, as a representative, do I believe that there is a certain level of decorum? Not in the House of Representatives. There's a difference. Because
Okay.
in this House, there is a certain level of decorum, right? Outside of this House, you know, people kind of do what they kind of do what they do. Again, there are people that have been in this House that have been in places so inebriated that they've fallen out there, drove up the side of the road, that they've been stopped by police officers, and they've done, and never have they been here. You know, are you aware that there are 6,000 plus legislators that have been here since the onset of the Kansas state legislation? 128 of them are African American. That's less than 0.02%. However, those that have found themselves in this position, the one that I'm in right now, exceed 90%. Now, for those of you that say that it may not be racist in nature, or race has nothing to do with it, I'm just saying, look at the numbers. 6,000 plus, 128, 0.02% versus 90+% that find themselves here.
So let me ask you a question. When you write something on your letterhead, is that decorum in the House? Are you talking about physically standing in the Kansas Capitol?
I'm talking about the decorum that you have physically standing in the Kansas
Okay, so
Capitol.
when you write something on your letterhead, you don't have a standard of decorum?
I do. I have a standard of decorum that's to my constituents, or those people that I send it to. So yes, I have a standard of decorum. I wouldn't.
So what was the comment that you made to Representative Francis that had to do with white leaders? I mean, I maybe misunderstood what you said. What were you
so what I was saying to him is exactly what I said to you, that it is not the place of a white representative to dictate the way I react within my own culture. It's not your place.
And how you react on Sunday afternoon, I agree 100%.
Okay. Well, then show me where I've reacted outside of that while I've been in this.
Let the representative finish her question.
So, but we all know that when we're wearing these pins, be it over across the street, we go get lunch at wherever, we are still under the decorum of how we should act as representatives. And I think our body is about words and being factual, and it is about thinking deeply about topics, and the way we fight is with words and ideas and principles, and those are very important. And my concern is that there's a pattern of, and the examples that we've heard play into that, but they're not the only thing.
This sounds eerily.
Excuse me.
It's a pattern of,
Sorry.
knock their ASS to the basement, that things can't always be settled with words alone. It's on and on and on. And that's my concern. And that is part of the representative's complaint. And so
So can I respond?
Yep, in just a second. And just to sum up, I feel like, we've kind of discussed what exact word do you use, and if Negro is the same as House Negro, and, is that derogatory or is it not? And who started the fight at the Celtic Fox, and who were you talking about with blah, blah, blah. We've talked about all those things. I don't feel like that is the gist of the complaint, and I'm happy for you to respond.
So what is the gist then? What then is the gist? Because I've had a hard time getting this.
The gist is misconduct, and the gist is making people fearful, threatening people, making
Who have I threatened?
clear that you feel like you're a big man.
Who have I threatened? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Who's people? Who? Exactly my point.
Excuse me, what is your point?
My point is there are no people. There's like the people that have been, who are the people that I've threatened, and how have I threatened them?
When you say, well, at least, you have basically called me racist because you've said Republicans are, well, at least you're not racist like some Republicans when you want to answer a question. Or you have made other comments in all of this.
61% of everyone in the United States is racist. Those are statistics that I've got from somewhere. 61% of the country is racist.
Okay, I don't think we should be calling each other, racist. I don't think that's appropriate.
I didn't call.
And so that's what I think the.
I didn't call anyone racist either.
Really?
I didn't call anyone racist. What I said
Not
was.
by name, but by group, certainly, most certainly.
Well, it's a fact. Again, we have a problem with facts. 61% of the country is racist, okay? Those are statistics, you know.
And I am offended when I'm called racist, I'll be honest.
Okay, well, I didn't call you a racist.
Yeah.
The only reason that you're offended is because you feel like somehow that it might point to you.
Oh,
because you
really?
wouldn't be, well, because if someone came in and said that I was racist, or if they said, not me, if they came in and said that, hey, there are racists in the room, I'm not going to feel offended by that. Because I know I'm not one of them. A person has to.
You've clearly called Republicans racist, and I'm in that group. So
What I've clearly said was, and so let's go to that statement. I said, it's good to know that there are still members of the Republican Party that are neither too racist nor too afraid to stand for questions. Now, am I supposed to believe that of the 61% of those people living in the United States that are racist, statistically speaking, that none of them are members of the Republican Party?
it doesn't matter. We don't call each other names.
I didn't call anyone a racist. I mean, I don't want to say let's go back to.
Convenient for you that you didn't use any names, but you were using groups. So, I mean.
So you're upset because I'm educated enough to have a full command of the English language, and I know how to use it to get my point across. Is that what the contention here is? Because the statement that you made earlier, you made a statement regarding black people. I'll say that, and our culture, and the fact that you felt like I should be speaking or saying things or delivering things a certain way, and I take offense to that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Because you said earlier that that there was a certain way that, as a legislator, that you feel like I should act. In short.
Not you, all of us.
In short, okay, or all of us. Okay, yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
and what I'm saying to you is, if there is some outside of decorum, or maybe that should be in a rule, because what that sounds to me like is you're telling me that my behavior, my actions, the things that I write are just not acceptable to you. And what I'm saying to you is that I'm equal. You and I, we are equal.
No doubt.
We both have the same rights. We are bound by the same Constitution. So for you to say that I should do something that's acceptable to you.
No, it's not about me. Hello. It's about what is decorum as our being.
What is decorum? That's a good question.
Being representatives. And I think it's not calling people names. I think it's not threatening people.
Let's get back to the threats. Who did I threaten?
I mean, I'm reading a quote on your letterhead. A racist ideology seems to be ingrained in the foundation of most members of our Republican Party. I don't think we should be impugning the other party, whatever that party is. And so,
So your complaint here is that.
Excuse me, I do think there's a line that can be crossed with behavior. And that is my question, is have you crossed the line? And that's what we are here to decide.
So what's on trial here is racism and a black man.
I'm sorry, I'm not finished. The question is, did you cross the line into misconduct by your comments, by your actions, by different things? That's what we're here to talk about today.
So your statement is that as a black man, I need to stay in my place.
I'm
trying to understand.
That's not what I heard at all.
I'm trying to understand that there are certain things that I'm not supposed to be able to say, or that I'm not supposed to be able to do, because you don't feel like they're acceptable, but I didn't see them written down anywhere. I mean, what you're saying, because some of the things I do are cultural, right? They're cultural. They're just like you have things that you believe in that come from your background. So too do I. You know, and I represent the people that I represent. You know, and because you don't like it, because it hurts your feelings, that is absolutely no reason for us to be here.
All right, we might move on now. I have a question about your statement. It was not dated. It is on your letterhead, and it was one of the late documents that came in, I believe. Well, anyhow, it's about the hearing that you face on Tuesday and Thursday. And you say, the complaint about my somehow creating an unsafe work environment comes from a woman caught on camera rubbing my shoulders just a few weeks earlier. Do you think, were you insinuating that that was some sort of come on?
Again, we do a wonderful job of attempting to make certain inflections on what I said. What I said was what I said. So a few weeks earlier, if this was a hostile work environment and I was this big scary black man, then why would you feel comfortable to come up and put your hand on my back and even think for an instant that you would be able to calm this big scary black man down? Why?
So you don't think that was her motive, to calm you down?
I'm not sure what her motive was beyond getting a good angle so that her husband could take the video. Now, beyond that, I don't know. Now, at that particular time, I can't tell you what it was, you know, but she was right in stating one thing. She wasn't part of the conversation, and though I knew she was there, I didn't make any statements towards her. And while we're on the subject, the letter from Henry Helgerson, you know, the term was used, violent, you know, and violent means that you do something. I'm sorry, I'll get back to the microphone. Violent, the definition means that you do something with the intent of causing harm. That's by definition. Did I move Henry Helgerson out of the way? I think someone even said, I put my hands on Henry Helgerson. That's incorrect. Henry Helgerson's hands were already on me. So did I move him out of the way? Yes, I did move Henry Helgerson out of the way. His written statement clearly states that he didn't believe that it was done with any harm or ill intent in mind.
Right. Yeah, we got that statement, and we also saw the video, and we'll draw our own conclusions there. Going on to the it's a letter of sorts, but it's not addressed to anybody. It alleges that Representative Hoheisel had a gun. Is that your position, that he had a gun when he went over to? Excuse me. When he went over.
You asked a question. I was going to answer the question.
You let me answer the question.
Okay, well, you can tell me when you're finished, because you asked it and I was answering.
Yeah. Are you alleging that he had a gun when he went over to your desk and talked to you about your comments on the floor?
I'm alleging that I don't know if he had a gun. I'm also alleging that I've seen what appears to be a bulge from his back shoulder or his waistline, that there may be a gun there. Now, does he have a gun? I don't know. I've never patted him down. But I do know that there have been many different pieces of legislation that have been introduced or spoke about where it has an enormous amount of support from the Republican Party. Now, does he have a gun? I don't know. But what I will say is this. I lost my best friend because of somebody that had a gun.
Okay. So in the statement, when you said he had a gun on his hip, you're now disavowing that because you don't know for sure.
I didn't say that he had a gun on his hip. What are you reading from?
That's what it says. It says he had a gun on his hip.
What are you reading from?
This undated document that you submitted, Exhibit 28. It says, I'm being punished for filing charges against a craven colleague who could only muster the courage to confront me because he had a gun on his hip.
Yeah, again, he's got the bulge,
Right.
right? Now, I've never seen the gun, no, but he definitely has. There are colleagues that are in this room today that can tell you that he's got the bulge that looks like a weapon on his hip.
Yeah, we talked about that. I'm just, so you're not sure whether he had a gun today?
I've never patted him down,
Okay.
so I don't know for a fact whether or not
All right.
he carries on a regular basis.
I'm looking to see if there are any other questions from the committee.
You know, I feel like that you know, what's on trial here is an attempt, as I stated earlier.
There are
to
no
quiet the
questions at the
voice
moment. You're out of
a
order.
black
You're out
representative.
of order. There are no questions pending. All right, we will now take a recess, and we will be back at 2:30 to deliberate. Meeting will be called to, the meeting, got it? There we go. Will be called to order. We're now in the deliberation phase of the investigation. And so I think the way we'll do this is we can, at least initially, have some discussion among the committee. And then at some point, we'll move into any motions that committee members want to make. Yeah. Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been deliberating this for a little bit, and I think that even though a good portion of our discussion today dealt with issues from 2023, I believe that they're inapplicable to this deliberation today. There was precedent from a previous representative, Representative Coleman, in his complaint, where they withdrew any of the evidence from a previous term in their deliberation of the complaint. It was a different term with a different House members, different House rules. There was additionally a letter of admonishment that was already given to Representative Carr at that time, and beyond which there was an election, which meant that the public had a voice and a vote, and re-elected Representative Carr. So internally, we dealt with it. Externally, it was dealt with. And I think that the matter from 2023 has been settled. And yes, we're discussing it a lot today, but I don't think that it's applicable to the proceedings. And I don't think that every single incident that takes place is fair game for a complaint.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear about the Representative Coleman issue, he was only elected to one term. And so when the committee deliberated, they didn't take anything into consideration, or we didn't, I should say, or we looked at it, but it wasn't very dispositive because it happened before he was elected. And so we felt like he had been elected by his district, and so we needed to look at the behavior from then on. And so it wasn't that it was from a separate session or term, because he was only elected that one time. So that, but I also understand what you're saying about 2023, and I tend to agree with you about the specifics about that incident, and that he was elected after that. And I totally get what you're saying. The only reason to me it is somewhat important just to note it is as there's a pattern. And so I would only include it not as a reprimand or anything else, dealing with that specifically, because I tend to agree with you, that was kind of dealt with. So to me, it's more, it goes more to the attitude or the pattern that, you know, it's just more of a flow of that. So I get what you're saying about there's an election after that, and the specifics of that we did talk about a lot today, but I tend to think that's not exactly what this is about. So I agree.
And I just point out that in the letter of admonishment of May 26, 2023, from the speaker and the speaker pro tem, it does the last sentence say, this letter shall serve as notice that if you use disorderly words during debate in the House in the future proceedings, a complaint may be filed against you pursuant to House Rule 4901. And of course, one of the allegations in the complaint is that he did just that when he alleged that House colleagues were racist. So it may not be the prime focus, but it feeds in that sense. And the other concern I have is his attempt to, Representative Carr's attempt to disavow his statements in the committee. So in that sense, I found it troubling, and I do find it troubling when the credibility is an issue, and I didn't find him credible in that sense. Representative Francis.
Yeah, I would just say that I think a letter of admonishment from leadership is different than, or a letter of warning from leadership is different than a letter of admonishment from this committee. As the prior representative mentioned, Representative Coleman's issues were totally different because some of that behavior happened before he was even elected. I did do some study. It's somewhat open, even though the rules of the U.S. Congress don't directly apply to this, but they are somewhat precedent. There are occasions where the U.S. Congress does recognize behavior from prior terms as part of their deal. And I think some of the things that have concerned me the most that I've heard today, I'm more concerned after today's testimony than I was before we walked into it, was that it was a planned escalation at the Celtic Fox. He has control of his emotions, and that, he stated that basically the ends justify the means. And whether me and the representative don't agree on this, I do believe that there is a standard of conduct that we as state representatives, whether we're black or white, have to uphold ourselves to. And I do not believe that what happened at the Celtic Fox met that standard of conduct for which we all stand. And to continue on, there's a pattern of this behavior. And that's what concerns me also. If it was a one-off, people make mistakes. But when there's evidence of 3 or 4 times and evidence of a willing to increase the aggression to meet what your needs are, I think that rises to a different level.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the comments by my colleagues. But, I do want to say for representative from Johnson County, I appreciate you bringing up the fact that things that happened 2 or 3 years ago probably don't need to be considered as part of this deliberation. And we can figure out in such a way as that we want to say patterns are being established or whatever it may be. But I got to tell you something. I asked a question earlier of the representative who brought the complaint about being an elected official for a long time is sometimes a tough badge to wear. But at the same time, we see differences today. We're seeing differences today in the way that discussions are happening amongst politicians, whether it be while we're in session, whether it be, at some other place where we're at. And things are different. And one of the things that I found that is Representative Ford brought up, and something that I think is important here, is that not one of us represent his district, and that we don't understand the things that, that go on there, the way discussion, talk, the whole deal that goes on in a neighborhood or in a district different than mine. And I just I'm having a hard time with this one. I really am. I think we probably all are, because we try to put ourselves in those shoes and we can't. We just can't. Or I can't. And that one's tough. I sit back and I think, are the claims against the representative, the complaint against him. Does he deserve to be reprimanded, censured, or expelled for the action that he was taken? And each one of us have to make that decision. And right now, I'm having a hard time doing that.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will pick up where Representative Amy's left off. We all have different constituencies, different districts, but I think more importantly, we're different people. And I think people behave usually from their environment. And if your environment is such that you're a fighter, or you speak out, but you don't make sure that they're flowery words or whatever. And yet, there is a protocol that we all follow. And it's very basic, I think. Your mom and your dad, if you had both, or whether you had one or the other, there are certain standards that they set for you, and then as you get older, you kind of set your own standards about what is expected of you in many ways. I would have a difficult time looking at expelling, expulsion, reprimand, maybe. But I think we have to look at what the situation is. And when we make this decision, I think it's not only for today, but what happens the next 3 days, what happens the next session. And we have to weigh how all of that is, how would we handle those situations? And this is a very difficult one. I don't think, I don't know about you, but I was not anxious to be sitting here throughout this one, or the last one for that matter. But then we had one prior to this, and now we have this one. And regardless of what we come up with, the question is, will it change the behavior? I don't know if it would change the behavior, because if it is a person's behavior, that behavior is there. Maybe they can curb it a little bit or adjust it a little bit, but it's there. Is it expected for your constituency base? Do they want to see it? Do they want to hear it to know that they're being represented? I know how my constituents expect me to behave. And when I do something a little differently, they let me know about it, though. So I'm not sure this is to change behavior as it is to set a standard. And I don't know exactly how we can arrive at how we set a standard, what's expected of each one of us. And yet you still have to be true to yourself. And that's a very difficult situation to be in.
Representative Francis.
I just want to tack on to what the representative from Douglas County said. Both of the representatives from Douglas County. Our society, and I'm sad to say, is coarser today than it was when I was a child. And I have colleagues from across the aisle that use words that I don't think are always appropriate.
think that makes it excusable because other people do it, that we need to embrace that standard of conduct. I'm not sure we're going to change society. And I do want to say that it is more than just a few words in this case. The Celtic Fox incident was very disturbing for me. But I do want to say that just because our society has got closer over time does not mean that we have to embrace and condone it. That's all I have to say. I'll just follow on by saying that I do think that when we make our decision in this particular case, we're really talking about our institutional integrity. And I do believe that there is a standard of conduct that applies to everybody in the body, regardless of their makeup, black, white, yellow, woman, man, homosexual, whatever. I mean, we're all people and we're all elected to the House. And the rules make it clear there's a standard of conduct that everybody in the House is expected to obey. And so I do reject the notion that there's a different standard for different people. And we made some inquiries about that, but I didn't ever quite understand the standard that Representative Carr thought was applicable to him. And I find that troubling. I'll just finish it there. So I think we've come to the point where it's time to, for anybody who wants to make a motion. I'll just start by saying that I agree, I think, with Representative Ballard that expulsion is really not on the table for two reasons. One is what I've read in terms of precedent, both here and in the U.S. Congress. We've gotten some research on that. It's reserved for criminal conduct, and in this case, Representative Carr has not been charged with criminal conduct. And so and the second reason is going to Representative Osmond's point, he was elected twice, and I think we should be very careful to overturn the will of his constituents. That's only in a very extreme circumstance, which I don't think we've come to that yet. So I just say that that's my view on expulsion. The other two options are censure and reprimand. I've tried to figure out the difference between the two, and what I will just say is that reprimand is somewhat less serious than censure. But those are the three. And I think, quite frankly, are two options in this case, because I don't think expulsion's on the table. Representative Francis.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. This does not rise to the level of expulsion. I did some research from different cases across the nation. I don't think it rises to the level of censure, but I do think it's behavior that needs to be recognized in some form, whether it be reprimand or what.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to say that there's another thing that needs to be considered here too, and that is a dismissal, and that was something that wasn't brought up.
Yes, I apologize for that, but that is definitely on the table as well. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Based on everything that I've read and all of the accounts that have been brought forward and all the testimony from both sides, all of the mountains of paper that we've all received, I quite honestly don't believe that this is, I can find grounds that Representative Carr has done wrong. I would make a motion for dismissal.
Is there any discussion? We need a second, I guess. Representative Ballard seconds it. Any discussion? Yeah.
And I just can't agree with that. I feel like there's been a pattern of behavior here that, and it was even said in the testimony that he feels like the ends justify the means, and I don't think these are the means that we want in our body for decorum across the board. Is, you know, the Celtic Fox, the allegations, however you want to spin them on the Quindaro speech, I just don't think dismissal is in the cards for me.
Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The complainant has the absolute right to bring forward any complaint whatsoever. That's part of the rules. But as I said at the beginning, the 2023 matter had been a settled matter. And I'd even argue the 2025 matter has been dealt with as well. We dealt with that internally and didn't have a complaint filed with regards to that. And again, a complaint can be filed for any reason whatsoever. But both of those matters had been settled. And I guess the question becomes, is any matter ever settled? Or can anything always be brought up at any future time, at any future date? And that's something I think we need to take into consideration here.
Right, and I guess what I'm hearing from others in answer to that is, you know, you're looking at a pattern, and it may be the case if it was one instance and it was 2 or 3 years ago, and it was brought up later, one would tend to think that that was old news and really shouldn't be something that would warrant reprimand or censor. But I think the answer is the pattern that we see going on here. All right, any other discussion on the motion to dismiss? If not, all those in favor, raise their right hand. All those opposed? Right, the motion fails. Do we have another motion? Yeah, Representative Humphreys.
So I don't disagree with Representative Osman about the two events that maybe were taken care of, and how long can things go on and how long can things come up. But that wasn't all that the complainant mentioned. There were a lot of other, I think it went to number 7 or something. I think those were the first two. Those were the two, I will say, big events. But when I asked her about other things, she mentioned the word pattern. And I'll just say, for the reason that I don't care what color someone's skin is, it doesn't matter. We have a level of protocol. The representative mentioned we have standards in this House. It doesn't matter if you come from rural or urban, or you're the firstborn, so you're bossy, or you're a farmer. It doesn't matter. We have a standard that we have to come up to. And We all sacrifice in this job, and sometimes we sacrifice ourselves even. Like, I would prefer to come off this way. I would prefer to do something this way. We have to give up those things because we respect each other. We treat each other as equals. We don't do street fighting. Instead, we come to the legislature to think and work hard and pass legislation that is good for our state, and it's going to differ as far as different districts go. But belittling and name-calling doesn't have a place, I don't think. I think that we win with persuasive words and ideas. And I'll just say, because of that, because of what I just said, but also just a few quotes that Representative Carr, he said, "I've attached items that will allow me to defend my character and provide some insight on why others, specifically Caucasians, who are looking through biased lenses might see things differently. I stress the term biased as I have noticed these lenses since my arrival in the state." He also talked about unfairness as far as this presentation, and I submit to you that there was not unfairness, and as the time period went. He said a racist ideology seems to be ingrained in the foundation of most members of our Republican Party. In my short tenure, white Republican legislators tried to stop one of my speeches from the floor. He demanded an apology in a letter and said, "I will always escalate aggression. I'll match the energy with an equal or greater force and even become physical." He interpreted Brandon Johnson's behavior as a threat, and he said, "I know how to finish it. I believe that when you're hit, you should hit back twice as hard. Someone somewhere must summon the courage to do more, ask more, and fight harder than we have." He accused the leadership in his party of fear of what people will think if we get down and dirty, even when the situation calls for it. He said, "It's time to go high, or the time to go high when they go low has passed. When they go low, we introduce their ASS to the basement." He called Republicans racist and fearful. He said things can't be settled by words alone. I find all of those comments very troubling, fear-inducing, threatening, and so because of that, pursuant to House Rule 4901, the way the Representative Howe lodged a complaint against Representative Carr, I move that the committee recommend a reprimand for Representative Carr.
Do I have a second? Representative Francis. Is there any discussion? I'll just say that I concur with the motion. At the end of the day, you know, we're asking whether his behavior comports with the standards of our institution. And there are standards that apply. As Representative Humphrey said, when you agree to be a House member, you get elected. You know, you're representing part of Kansas. There are standards that we have to behold home, and they may be different than how I would behave, you know, in Garden City. But I'm here in Topeka, and I'm here doing a job for my constituents and for the state of Kansas. And our rules are clear about that too. I mean, they talk about decorum. Well, you know, it's true. Out in the everyday world, you know, you have free speech and you can act the way you act, assuming you don't hurt anybody and pretty much say anything you want without serious consequence. But that's just not what we're here about today. No further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to reprimand, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion fails. Are there any other motions?
Mr. Chair,
Representative Francis.
I think this is a more serious issue than the other issue we heard earlier. And I guess I would recommend that the chair and one of the representatives of the minority party, I would hate to choose what member that would be. I guess I would throw out Representative Osmond for purposes of discussion. Pass a report to the committee stating, or pass a report to the body stating that we could not agree on a recommendation to dismiss or reprimand for further action from the body. All of the actions before reprimand would have required an 84, two-thirds majority body or vote in the House to have passed. But this is becoming a bigger and a bigger problem in our society today, the coarseness of our speech, and that in this letter that would be worked out by both the chairman and a minority member, we would remind the body that decorum in the Kansas House is essential for maintaining respectful and productive dialogue among our elected officials, and that this decorum, it upholds the dignity of the institution. Again, our institution has survived for over 150 years, and that decorum is part of what allows our democracy to continue to survive. So reminding the body of the importance of decorum would be a big part of this. Also, reminding the members that misconduct diminishes the public trust in our legislative process, and it takes away from our ability to have respectful, productive dialogue. This committee meeting in itself has taken away from my ability to serve my constituents. You know, I want us all to remember to do that. But again, I do think that Representative Carr has shown a pattern of behavior, and I think that the committee needs to agree that we need to let the body know that, even though we won't pass a letter asking for a reprimand. That's what happens when you get old, you know. But I do think that we could admonish Representative Carr's behavior. Again, the fine points of this document would need to be worked out by the chairman and Representative Osmond if he would want to, or one of the other members of the committee. And I would make a motion that they prepare such a report to the body.
So as I understand the motion, it would be a report by the committee to the House with some of the points that you've made, talking about the importance of decorum and finding that we, in some instances, found that Representative Carr did not rise to the standard of conduct we expect. And we would not, however, you're out of order, and we would not be recommending that any censure or reprimand be imposed on Representative Cow.
And we would also recognize in that report, the action of the committee, that we could not agree on a recommendation to dismiss or reprimand.
Right, okay. Do I have a second?
Question, if I could.
Yeah, yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This paper that's going to be prepared, will it come back to this body before it goes for our final vote?
Yes, that would be, my understanding is that two of us would work, and then we would definitely, yeah, you would see it and you would approve it before it goes to the House. Representative Humphreys seconds the motion. Any further discussion?
And I might, just for purpose of discussion, this minority party other than me pushing it off on Representative Osmond think that there would be a more appropriate member. I think it's up to you guys to decide on that.
Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have objection to that with a caveat that the board itself has made no finding, and I don't think that we, within the letter itself, whatever form that letter takes, should imply that there was some sort of a finding if there wasn't a finding to be had. That said, I think that we as a caucus can discuss internally. I personally don't have an issue co-drafting a letter of that nature.
I would just mention that the one possibility it would be that we would say, as the motion indicates, that we were unable to agree on a reprimand, dismissal, or anything else, and we would perhaps want to then say that some members believed there was a standard of conduct and other members disagreed, so we could lay out the different positions in that respect. Yes, Representative Humphreys.
I seconded the motion, but I'm not comfortable with a report that does not say that we made a finding. We made a finding that we are not going to dismiss, we are not going to reprimand or censure or expel, of course. But do we all, is there any agreement on this committee that there was behavior that was inappropriate? I mean, maybe you don't want to say publicly, but to not say that there, we didn't get to the level where we felt like the House of Representatives, 2/3 needed to vote on reprimand, and I'm okay with that. But to say that there was no misconduct, I would have trouble if the report didn't outline the fact that there were some, call it what you want to call it, but to sweep under the rug all of what we heard, I'd have a problem with. So I think it might depend what the report says.
Okay, so I think then my suggestion for altering the motion, at least at this point, is not right. And the motion would, as I understand it from Representative Francis, would require that we make some finding of misappropriate behavior.
You know what I mean? I would think possibly. And again, people have to work this language out. I mean, a committee like this, it's going to be hard to go through sentence by sentence. But at this time, the committee admonishes Representative Carr's behavior, but does not find it sufficient to warrant further action.
Okay.
It could be that simple.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the folks that made the motion and the second, let me ask it this way. Rather than going through this part right now, why don't we just give direction to the chairman and to the representative to write the report, and let's look at it and make our decision at that point, rather than taking an action of any kind today.
All right, and then I'm kind of hearing that you're making a substitute motion.
Make a motion.
Excuse me?
No motion.
Well, but we have a motion on the table, and you'd make a substitute motion that we designate. I'm just trying to be clear. We designate 2 members of the committee.
Asking that the motion be pulled, Mr. Chairman, but
Okay.
that's okay.
All right. Well, we'll see if Representative Francis wants to do that.
Would it be better for me to change my motion to ask you to prepare a report for us to review at a time and date set by the chair?
If you can make that motion. Do I have a second?
Okay, your first motion, okay, was basically to write a report. All right, so now we're disagreeing with that. I mean, 'cause I don't know what we're substituting for it.
So, though, as I understand it, the first motion was to write a report, and there were specific contents of that report that were part of the motion, including that decorum was important and that Representative Carr in some ways had violated that rule.
Okay.
And as I understand what Representative Amick said was, it's a little bit difficult to vote on that motion without having more specifics. And now I'm hearing that, correct me if I'm wrong, that Representative Francis has withdrawn that there's initial motion and suggested or moved that 2 members of the committee be appointed to draft a report and see if we can get a majority to agree on it or not.
Okay, that sounds to me, it still fits his motion, because what we're going to do is look at the report and decide if we, as a committee, agree with the language. So right now, we're not saying specifically what the language would be, but that we will write it, but we will have that opportunity to look at it to see if we agree, we want to take things out, put things in, or whatever in the process. And, you know, since we bypassed the other 2, and I think you have to state that we did not think it came to the point of expulsion or reprimand. And we take that off the table so everybody knows when it's in the letter, that's what it is. And then the rest we're going to look at to see if we approve. Okay?
Is that the essence of your motion, Representative Francis? Okay. And are you comfortable seconding that? There's no second on that one. Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what Representative Humphreys is saying here, but there is very little difference between censure and reprimand as it's written, other than censure is a constitutional, is something that's drafted into the Constitution, whereas reprimand isn't. But there's very little functional difference between the two. And then when we move down to go, what is the difference between reprimand and admonishment, which isn't drafted anywhere in here? And I think we're splitting hairs at that point. And if we say we're not reprimanding him, but we are admonishing him, even though the committee as a whole has made no determination of reprimand, I don't think that we can functionally say admonishment when we're not saying reprimand, when I would argue that they're the same thing.
Representative Humphreys.
The whole point is that they're not the same thing. A reprimand goes to the floor of the House and takes 2/3 to agree with it. A report going to the House that has an admonishment does not require anything of the House. So I think they're very different, and I think that was the purpose of the difference of the motions.
Right, so we still don't have a second. Okay, Representative Humphreys seconds the motion. I think we've discussed it, so I'll ask for a vote. Those who are in favor of the motion, raise their right hand. I think Representative Ballard was yes, so Representative, okay, so it was 5-1. The motion passes. I guess now we are on to the question of who should be on the subcommittee, if you would. I'll take a motion on that. The question is, does anybody have a motion to designate the two members of the committee that will draft the letter or the report?
I move that Chairman and Representative Osmond? Sure. Or Representative Ballard or Representative Osmond draft the letter. So.
Is there a second? All right, all those in favor? Yeah. Okay. Representative Humphries seconded it, I think. Okay, all those in favor, raise their right hand. 6-0, the motion passes. Right. I think at this point, we're finished with our business, and so we're adjourned.